Hello? Saving... Hagari saving the Japanese streamers from me. Uh-oh. What have you been doing to Japanese streamers? What have you been doing, huh? Hopefully that doesn't do a double alert. Oh, it did. Oh well. Hello. You go in and try to talk to them? That's not that bad, I feel. I don't think it's that bad. Hi, Kawa. Hi, Gary. I great like movies. Mama. Let me post on Twitter this time. Happy, happy Halloween. That's the only part of the song I actually know. It's happy, happy Halloween. Of course, there's also This is Halloween, pumpkin scream. Wait, pumpkin scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scream. Where's my thumbnail? Bugs. Aerials in the sky. What the heck? Small shine fox? We're not doing repo anymore, Shrine Fox. That's done. We already did that. The rotating Funko Pop version of you is fun. It's not a Funko Pop! What the heck? I'm not a Funko Pop. You take that back. Hello. Hello. Someone should 3D print it. I don't have the 3D file for it. It was a skeb off of skeb. So it was like a commission. Sorry, let me. It was a skeb, and they have the 3D file. Look, I got my fluffy back. It doesn't really look that great, to be honest. Look, it like, yeah, it's not moving that great, but like it exists, right? And that's better than yeah, it doesn't move that great, but like it's there, it's there. We can still see my fluffy. It looks more like me, you know? It's like more like me now. I got my boobs back for Halloween. Yes, yes. More like a hula hoop. It's like I washed it and I didn't wash it properly, so it's a little stiff now. Are there toggles on this model? There are a lot of toggles on this model. You wanna look at them together? I won't go through like the customizing stuff because there is so freaking much customizing on this model, and I've also edited a lot of the base texture files, so I might have broken things that weren't intended to be used with, like how I customize it. I didn't make this model, by the way. This model was made by Aki-san, and it's like a customizable model that just got released, and I've been watching the development of it, and when wait, where's my BGM? There we go. Too quiet. Too quiet without BGM. I've been waiting for it to come out, so it came out, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try it. We can pin it to the neck, but it actually doesn't look that much better. Look, let me just pin it to the neck. Spin neck. Sorry, that was loud. So this is what it looks like pinned to my neck. It like, woo! I don't know why it does this on the neck, but yeah. It goes funky when it's on my neck. Maybe if I like... Okay, that's better. Wait, look! Wait a minute, look! It's a little bit better. I mean, it still kind of shoots off to the side a little bit, right? But the reason why it's doing that is because this Fluffy is not part of this model. It's just kind of like chucked on top of it. That's why it's like not perfectly syncing up. It's to be expected. And it was just made in like 10 minutes essentially, so it's not perfect. But that's okay. We still get the idea. We still get the idea, right? I also got my fox pupils on, so all is good. We were gonna look at the toggles. Feels like I haven't even played with all the toggles, to be honest. Let me see. Let's do like... What does this one do? Okay, apparently this does nothing. Feathers. Oh, I can wave with one hand. Hi. As long as I don't show any further up on the model, it's fine. But I cannot go higher. I cannot go higher because I do not have anything on the bottom. I don't have anything on the bottom, okay? Ew, stream assistant has just done a dookie. Stinks. I'm angry? Oh, cute! Oh yeah, if you type dead in chat, there will be like there will be a reaction as well. If you type dead in chat, yeah, there you go. If you type dead in chat, then that happens. I think it's like on a 10-second cooldown. There's the head pets are working, yeah. Okay, that's that one. That's Grumpy. Cash? Johnny Cash. Oh my goodness. PM. Money one, I guess. Money. There's like a money toggle. Hot. Oh. I did it. This one's actually done really well, I think. It's like this. I don't. The way it's done is really nice because the heart eyes are animated, but then there's little hearts on the outside animating as well. Bleeding, I believe, is the one. Yeah, that's pleading. I like that one. That one's cute. Shy? Oh, it's like blushing shy. He's like blushing and shy. That's cute as well. That's really cute. How do we... Okay, we got rid of that one. Shy. This one... Stars? Oops, wrong thing. I believe this is gonna be like a... Oh yeah, there we go. Stars! Stars in my eyes. Too much line. With the blushing on? Yeah, too much... Too much wine. Isn't that crazy how, like, how different models, like, give out different personalities? You know what I mean? Like, how different the vibe is just by, like, different model and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's very interesting. Cause, like, even me looking at it, I'm like, it's my voice, right? It's like the same voice coming out, but it's such a different vibe. Okay, that's the one done. Wait, I didn't turn it off. Oops. Okay, there we go. Eyes back to normal. We gotta have stars in our eyes forever. Sulking? Sulking? To me, this one more looks like disgust than sulking. To me, this is like, ugh. You know, like. Kimochi warui. There. Yeah, it's all like, ew. Is it the same tail? It's my textures, but it's on a different, like it's a hybrid. It's like my tail that I drew on top of the tail that came with this model. Oopsie, I didn't take it off. Same as the boobs. And the hair, I guess. And the ears. The eyebrows I just colored over. Oh yeah, and I put like my colors over the eyes. Oh, there's swirly eyes too. Oh. I like this one so much. Yeah. Oh yeah. I look kind of more bimbo with this model. I look kind of more bimbo. Don't you think I look kind of more like a bimbo with this model? It gives me more like bimbo vibes. Not in a bad way. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it does kind of have like more of the like happy bimbo vibe. Okay, let me clear this one, and then after that I can cry. How do I look crying? It's a little hard to see them. What? They're there, okay? They're there. Holy moly, I'm not gonna make eye contact for the entire stream? Are you staring at my boobs? Oh yeah, I have important information for everyone. I actually, like, worked out... You know how, like... Oh, I didn't take the tails off. Okay. I worked out what my actual bra size is. Because, usually if I bra shop, then I just keep trying them on until they, like... Till something fits. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, this looks like it would fit. But I know you're actually supposed to, like, measure what your bra size is. It's bigger than what I thought it was, to be honest. It's bigger than what I thought it was. Let me look at what I wrote down, because I just put information like that in my... Oh wait, I gotta re-put it in, I think. It was like over it was over a D, but I don't remember what it was. I think it was like a G or an H. I was like, what the heck? That's crazy. Let me see. It was like what do you call it? The bust? Like round, you know how you have to measure like a hoop around the boobs? That was like 110. And a large personality. Go to Japan recently. She was glad she could find her bra size easily there. Really? I always had a hard time finding bigger bras in Japan. Mind you, I didn't really look that hard because I already had enough bras when I lived there. Yeah, it was like 110. Wait, was it 110? It was. No, I lied. It was 106. What a time for me to randomly comment. It's not in a lewd way. It's just I actually learned what my like official bra size was, because I never knew what my official bra size was. No, Bingy. No. And I need to get some more bras. I need to get some more bras. So I was like, I don't want to go like shopping to go try them on and then be like, this doesn't fit. Because I have this, like, my rib cage isn't that big, but then my boobs are like bigger than my rib cage, right? So I have like a really weird sizing where it's like the rib cage is smaller, but then like the bust is like bigger. So it's real pain in the butt to find something that fits well. So I'll go there and then it'll be like, try this on, no, it doesn't fit. Try that on, no, it doesn't fit. Try this on, no, it doesn't fit. And it's such a pain in the butt. And then like a lot of stores won't even like carry something that'll fit. Or as soon as you go to bigger sizes, they become grandma bras and they're ugly. You know, they'll become like grandma bras, like fold your own bras. I'm interested in doing that. Because you can get like kits that teach you how to make your own bras. And then I was like, holy cow, imagine if I did that. It would be like new skill unlocked. With iron and steel, I'm going to forge the bras. No, it'd be really cool, because then you can pick, like, how you want it to look and everything, too. Yeah, you can get, like, these kits to, like, make bras. And it comes with, like, the wire and everything that you need. I'll hold them for you. I think ages ago I, like, measured them. Yeah. They're probably heavier now, though. Imagine the scene from the Iron Man with the... I haven't seen that movie in a really long time. Good evening, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Yeah, let me put on what the sizing was supposed to be. Before I forget. What's my bra size? Bra size calculator. I just used the website. Okay, bust size. Band size. 106. And then my like band size, it's not like half, but it's like kinda like half of that. I remember when I was a teenager, because I was an early bloomer, I guess you could say. You know when people say lollies can't have boobs? That's a lie. Because if I took photos of myself in that way back then, I would have proof to show that's a lie. Anyway, let's see. In the US, apparently I'm a G comp. In the UK, apparently I'm an F. In Australia and New Zealand, I'm apparently an F. Who would have known? Because all this time, I've been wearing like a double D, and I just was like, oh, okay, I'm a double D. I fit the double D, but I don't like fit it perfectly, but like it fits. So whatever. We learned more about boobs. That means it's a good day, right? That means it's a good day, right? What's the band size? Like my shirt sizing is like a 10? Australia / New Zealand. I don't know what that is in America. Let's see. Australia size to... Wait, you're Australian anyway, it doesn't matter. Woman's 10. Because if I tried to squish into an 8, I don't think it would work. 2 USC. Clothing size. My tail is so fast, yeah! Who am I? I am the Kagi with boobs. Okay. I am... US size 6? Damn, that makes me sound small. That makes me sound like I'm small. US size 6. Cup sizes change pretty dramatically on the band. Yeah, it's like based on the it's like the band measurement and the bust are like combined, and that's like what gives the bar calculator. Yeah. I'm happy because I'm back to normal. Kind of. My fluffy is a little bit wonky, but yeah, it's there and it's doing its job as best it can. I think the bell could probably jiggle a little more too, but you know, it's a temporary thing. Seeing this though does make me really excited to like have my own Big Kagi 2.0. Ding ding, ding 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 ding, bonko bonko. Whenever I hear like ring ring, that is like permeated in my brain from Pokemon, from one of the really early episodes. I don't remember if it's like episode 1 or like episode 2, but it's within the first 3 episodes where Ash goes to the Pokemon Center and it's like ring 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 bonko bonko, and then it's his mom on the other end. Yeah, I'm not wearing pants, that's why I can't go any higher. The model, like this model is set up very differently to how my experience with other models are as well. I think it's the second episode, maybe. I need to catch up on episodes of new Pokemon. Pets aren't real, they can't hurt you. Yeah, exactly. Pain isn't real, it can't hurt you. No complaints. Let me see. What can I complain about? I'm kidding. I had a Bulga. A Dindin. A Halloumi Bulga. It was okay. It was like you know when something's just okay? Like it's like I don't really have any major complaints, but it's not like amazing, you know? But it was good. It was fine. I was like that kind of bugger. But I also had a brownie and that was nice. I don't usually like brownies, but I decided to I don't know, I just decided to eat a brownie today. And it was actually pretty nice. I'm not usually someone who likes brownies. They're like, a lot of the time they're too, like, rich, I guess? Too overpowering. Too much going on. And I guess at the end of the day, I'm not the biggest chocolate fan. I like white chocolate most. You know when you get the, like, what are they? Lint? Are those the little balls? The balls that have like the inside? I love the white ones of those. But that's not... I like chocolate as chocolate, I should say. I don't like chocolate flavored things. Like if it's just straight up chocolate, I like it. But if it's like chocolate flavored things, I don't like it that much. Yeah, the lint balls are really nice. And the hippos? The happy hippos are really good, but they stopped selling the white chocolate ones. I guess not everyone is on board with white chocolate, but the white chocolate ones were the best. My ears are so freaking cute. They're so cute. Look at them. They're little round fluffies. I love how they move. They're so freaking cute. I love Arctic fox ears so much. I know like normal fox ears are like the more popular ones, but I don't know. There's something so charming about little tiny fox ears, little round fox ears, so cute. Very fluffy. What's it? There's a it's the inline circulation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. It's like the Ferrero Rocher, but they're super expensive. Yeah. Yeah, there's like the white Ferrero Rocher as well. What are they? They have like a different name, but it's like a coconut on it. Really good. Very, very good. In heaven, I will be eating those every day, and they will be for free. Free is free. Yeah. Man, I got System of a Down stuck in my head right now. Damn. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Life is a waterfall. We drink from the river, then we turn around and put up our walls. Bam, 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 bam. It's just like repeating in my head at the moment. Oy. Why is it I don't know, it's stuck in my head. It's stuck in my head. Areas in the sky. When you last one you free alive. System of a Down's so good. Metal song, a cover is cute. There is a song that I want to do a cover of, but then I'm like, maybe I should do like a metal cover because I like metal. Well, I guess I'm more into like new metal than like modern metal. I like a lot of new metal. I listen to a lot of new metal. Yeah. So I wonder if that would like fit better, but I don't know. I don't know. I should probably like pick though. I should probably just pick a goddamn song. And then start getting it prepped and everything. To be honest, it would be like the best time to record it now too, because I'm home alone. I love freaking Corn, man. I love Corn. I love Corn so much. I love a lot of things about Corn. Yeah. Deftones are really good as well. I do like Deftones. Did you know? I got corn law for you. Every time someone brings up corn, I can just drop the fact. I can be like, I can just be like, did you know that Jonathan Davis was a coroner's assistant before he joined the con? Yeah. I haven't subbed to Spotify because I was like, well, I use YouTube more than Spotify and I can just listen to my playlists on YouTube rather than subbing to like two different things. And I sub to YouTube because I use YouTube on my phone as well. So I want the ad block. But when I was using Spotify, I kept ending up in like the top 4% of people who listen to Con. You know when you're like in the top percent and then you get a special little message from them, they're like, yo, thank you for listening to our music so much. Yeah, I kept getting that from Con. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool. I wish you could get on YouTube too, though. I wish you could get on YouTube too. You also know what Jonathan Davis has? A big old forehead. More impressive than mine, even. Because I have a pretty big forehead. I got a pretty big forehead. I told that story, right, when I got teased online in an MMO for having a big forehead. I was like... I was so like, why is that a thing? Like, even when... I was like 14 and the girl who was teasing me was like 24. I don't think she realized I was 14, but she was teasing me. And she kept like laughing that I had a big forehead, and I did not understand why that was like a thing to be embarrassed about. It's not a forehead then, it's a 5-head? Yeah, I guess it was. I guess it was. You know, you showed her your forehead? No, it was like one of those situations, like, you know, when people used to like post like pictures of themselves to like the guild forum and stuff. Like when people would still make like forums for their guild and all that kind of thing. So I posted a picture of myself on the guild forum, like, this is me and this is my dog. And then of course like those pictures get leaked to like other guilds, and then the other guilds will like pick them apart and be like, haha, look at her, look at how she looks, haha, look at him, look at how he looks, you know, they'll do that. So like, yeah. Yeah, and I'd posted a picture of me with my chihuahua. But there was also like weird people who responded to it. I remember whenever I would like AFK, there was like this guy who would like AFK next to me, and he was like a really deep voice, like 26-year-old bodybuilder guy, and he was like, every time I would speak in the guild chat, like when we were like voice chatting, he'd be like, I like your voice. Like he would like DM that to me. Like I was like 14-year-old me, right? So I sounded I sounded baby, I guess, because people would always ask how old I was. They'd be like, how old are you? I don't remember what my name was at that time. Yeah, and every time I spoke, they would like DM like, I like your voice. Yeah, it was really uncomfortable. And the thing is too, like, I used to play MMOs with my mom, right? So I would tell my mom, and my mom would be like, does he buy things for girls? And I'd be like, oh yeah, he like bought things for his friend. And then she would be like, keep talking to him. Like, Mom? Yeah. Oh my gosh, that actually reminds me. There was one time my mom threw a tantrum at me because, there was one time my mom threw a tantrum at me because we were playing this MMO, right? And, there was like, you know how you end up like with your own group of friends and stuff, and like my mom had like a group that she would more hang out with, and then I had a group that I would hang out with, and there was this one group where this one guy liked to level a lot, and I never really spoke to him that much, but then I was hanging out with my friend and she was speaking with him, and then we were like in a group chat together, and we were singing anime music together. I remember how cringe this is. We were like singing anime music together, and then he was like, hey, why don't you come level with us too? Why don't you come level with us too? So I was like, okay, I'll come level with you. And then the other girl like had to go to sleep. So we kept leveling together, and my mom was like, are you leveling with someone without me? And I was like, yeah, I was leveling with my friends. And then she was like, ask him to let me come too. Hi, brown girl rainbows, welcome. But yeah, she was like, ask him to let me come too. And I was like, oh, I don't really know how to do that, because we've just been like singing and leveling, and like, how do I do that? And she's like, you better do it or I'm gonna turn off your internet. Playing with your mom was wholesome. I think it was anything but wholesome. Oh no, not the mom asking for a girl to date. I think I mentioned it, right? That my mom used to e-date the guild leader. My mom used to e-date the guild leader, and in the original guild, like that we were, like the game that we played, right? Is there was like an end game dungeon essentially, and then you needed to farm like that specific dungeon a lot, but then you also needed to farm like other stuff a lot, and I remember I was like the main person farming in our guild, because I had a lot of ults to like go to lower level dungeons and like farm stuff that you needed to be able to farm. And I wasn't going to school or anything, so I had a lot of time in my hands. So I was like our main farmer, right? And then the other guild leader gave these like special gear to like this. When I think back on it, it's like it's kind of sad. Like there was this she was dyslexic and she was a mom and she liked to play the game too, and she was like super wholesome and like really nice, and she would only have like certain amount of time to play, right? Because she had a baby, and they gave the special piece of gear to her, and my mom threw a freaking fit and was like, she farmed so much, she pretty much solo farmed this gear, why did she get it? And they took the freaking gear off of this lady and gave it to me. They took the gear off this lady. I didn't say anything, by the way. I didn't say anything. I wasn't involved in it. I wasn't instigating it. I was just like, oh, she got it kind of thing. Maybe I'll get it next time. You know, I was just like there, like, oh, maybe I'll get it next time. And then I was like, oh, I got it now? The guild wasn't using a DK system. The guild, like, you couldn't forge these, like, this gear without a guild, essentially. And they knew who was farming the most because, we were like, you could see who put what into the like guild bank and who took what out and all that kind of thing. And not many people could like withdraw, but a lot of people could deposit. So there was like a history of like me depositing, and then like each week there would be like, this person did this much, this person did this much, you know. And then I was always like the top farmer. It is a different game. It doesn't even exist nowadays. Yeah, it was always a major pain in the guilds I was with. Yeah, so many fights. Yeah. It wasn't well. I never played well. I remember thinking if they release like a male version, if they release a playable version of the Fox race, I would give the game a go. And then they released the Foxes, and I looked at the game, and I was like, nah. Nah. Because if I ever played WoW, I would play a guy, because the girls in WoW look awful, man. I don't like how the girls in WoW look at all. They're not cute. Like, I will say WoW's environment are really, really pretty. I really do like the world, like, all the world in WoW, like the trees and the grass and the houses and all that look really, like, nice and well done. And then the characters just look like ass. Characters look like ass. If I'm gonna play like an MMO or something, then I want to look cute. I want my character to look cute. Well, characters are weird, yeah. And like, for years, the panda was like the cutesy character, right? And to me, the female panda is just like overweight, middle-aged mothers who have like popped out 5 kids. You know, like that. You know, it's not cute. It's not cutesy. It's like, I don't know. I wanna look like an Ellen, or like, you know, I wanna be like cute. Yeah, Terra was really good until they shuffled teams so many times, and then yeah. You can tell like where teams got shuffled too, because they like after Queen came Wonderhome, right? And Wonder Home brought like a lot of really good and interesting ideas to the game, like 3 different sets of items that you could go for. So if you wanted to be more like crit focused or like attack speed focused, I can't remember all of them, but I remember there were like 3 different options. And then most people ended up settling into like one of 2. But you could tell that there was like a team there that kind of cared to like make the game interesting and bring like a little more interest to it and stuff. And then they got shuffled, and then there was just like content droughts, and the next lot of stuff came in. They were like, okay, more completely new systems, more completely new overhauls and everything. And then what was his name? Elion died in the lore. Yeah, unfortunately I will say that is kind of like Korean MMOs for you though. Korean MMOs are more like, they will shove the game out, expect it to live for a year, and if it makes money beyond that, then cool. But like, it's not really gonna be anything beyond a year, unfortunately. At least there's like more other regions developing games, because we're like in a post MMO heyday at the moment, right? Like, not really anyone is into MMOs nowadays as much. Yeah, of course there's like the big ones, I should say, like WoW and Final Fantasy, but it's not like the old days where there was like one MMO for every breath you could take in a day. Great MMO, we have a great idea, let's design this. I think because it's the way it functions in Korea. Basically your company will get like a big investment, and as long as you can make that that money back in the year, then like you've done it essentially. I miss those days. Me too, actually. I never played WoW, so I don't know if it's losing steam or not. Yeah, I used to play XIV a lot. I know it's 14. I used to play 14 a lot, but I just haven't got the oomph to get back into it lately. I don't know. It is hard to, like, when you have played with like a group of people, and then like I don't know, it's you know, just a couple of you, or like, I don't know. I only still play. Wait, you still play Doofless? That's still running? Yeah, I always call it XIV. Wow, I didn't know it was still running. I would like to do like a Mabinogi stream one day, because I mean one day isn't like one day soon. Because I've never played Mabinogi, and I always wanted to, I just never got around to it. I don't know a ton about it, but I'd also like to do like a Maple Story stream at some point. Because again, I never really played Maple Story. Last time I tried to play, I had 60% keyboard, and I didn't have arrow keys, so rip. I also didn't have a controller, so also rip. There's a decent amount of Doofus stands. Oh. I played Vectons of Draconia. The name rings a bell. Let me look it up. There's a lot of MMOs that I played like very briefly, and then oh yes, I know this. Yeah, I do know this. I didn't play a lot of it. There was like Dragon's Nest as well. That was a really popular one. I remember there was one called Florencia. I think Florencia is still going. Obviously there was like Ragnarok. I wish Maple Story 2 didn't die so quickly. What was the problem with it? They just didn't have content? They didn't just, like, they just didn't know what to do with the game? Which is kind of surprising, because you would think that they would just take MapleStory 1 and, like, make it 3D. You know, just, like, rip everything that they had put into MapleStory. Yeah. I liked it. I didn't play a ton, like, I didn't get to play a ton of it. But I liked what I played of it. I thought it was really cute. The style was so cute. The environments were a lot of fun. It was like a chill, cute, jump on, do some stuff, you know? Like, I don't know, it was a nice experience when I played of it. I remember the guy characters had a fight. It was like, I didn't. There was like a reaction thing that did that. Bad time for MMOs at the moment. Yeah, I agree. It's just not the right environment for them. We should make a pony MMO. We should make a pony MMO. What would I look like as a pony? I would be like a white pony with red tipped ears, white mane. I guess it would just be like a red tipped tail. Yeah. Hijiko on MMO. That would be so freaking hard. I don't know anything about programming. What do you call it? You know, well, I don't know anything about programming to begin with, but then having to program like multiplayer, oof. Please no, not a My Little Pony MMO. I'm sure something like that does exist, right? There must be My Little Pony MMO. There is a pony MMO. What? Legends of a... there's a pony MMO! It doesn't look amazing, but, it exists. It looks kind of like a VR chat world, to be honest. Is it alive? That's another question. It's a 2017 fan-made free-to-play. It's gonna be hard-pressed to find other players on it, I think. Yeah, that's it. Y'all need to try this My Little Pony MMO. There's a Reddit post saying that. So I discovered this game a few days ago, and this triggered my nostalgia. Oh my god! Creating your pony, interacting with the other players, and going on quests is something I always wanted in My Little Pony. This game is Legends of its... It's a fan-made passion project started in 2012. Wow, okay. With volunteer devs, and it's still being updated in 2025. The game is available on PC, Android, and iOS. Don't expect much from the game since none of them are getting paid, and they do updates whenever they have free time available. Damn, they're like hardcore then. If they're like still updating it, this is more than a passion project. I feel like they deserve to get like... maybe like have a sub button or something. That's kind of yikes. Really? I think it's cool if people oh, the service closed in 2024. But wait, this post was made 1 month ago. I think it's kind of admirable if you set out to make a game and then you're stuck with it that long and you're not even being paid for it. And I don't mean Yandere Dev. Well, I guess he got paid, right? He was getting paid. He just wasn't doing nothing. The American server is still going. Oh, okay. RIP Eurobronies. Monetizing copyrighted content would get shut down. Oh, okay. But wait, can't they take, like, fan donations? Or, like, donate to... Isn't there, like, ways around it where you can make it work, kind of? You know? Or is that just a wishful thinking? Cause I don't know how these things work. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I wonder if it's like nothing. If it's just like, this is a passion project by Team Pony Pawn or something like that, and then you're like, oh, look at our Pony Pawn website, and then on Pony Pawn website it's like, I'm gonna hiccup. Hi, we're Team Pony Pawn, and if we like making games. If you want to support us, then here's a link. You know, I guess it would be okay if you did something like that, because you're technically not monetizing the game. So the cost would be something. I guess there are people with jobs and they like support the server through their jobs. Oh yeah, they could ask for like support to keep the server going, and then they have a Tumblr. As soon as I hear that, it's like isn't Tumblr doing like a slight revival nowadays though? Isn't it like still like alive? Because I've seen more people posting their art to Tumblr nowadays. Or it's like becoming a thing again. Where they're like, yeah, I post my art here too. I guess Tumblr is like a better layout for looking at an art gallery than Twitter. Aerials in the sky. LGB art? What's that? Oh, like LGBT? And furry stuff? Probably not my scene then. Not that I'm like... I think like Japanese furry stuff is cute, but it's not like my... If I was gonna go on Tumblr and there was gonna be furry art, then it would most likely be Western furry art, and I'm not too interested in seeing that. Or like, you know, like the cartoony furry stuff, it's just not really up my alley. But I do think like a lot of Japanese furry stuff is pretty cute. It doesn't look like you still stuck a Disney dog head on a, I don't know, anthropomorphic human. Might have just been what was being recommended to me though. I used it a bit when I was 12. Oh my god, I remember being on, like, I was in the first wave of people who used Tumblr, like, way back when it opened. And it was so different. It was like a really, like, ganky website where people just uploaded their art and was like, look at my art, look at my art. And then there were the girls that would, like, post, like, a picture of a sunset with, like, a motivational quote plastered on top of it. There was a lot of that, right? And then I it derailed into something else. Like the early days were really wholesome, and then it really derailed, and then it extra derailed, and then yeah. And then the exodus happened, and everyone moved to Twitter. Twitter was a nicer place before that happened too, actually. Twitter was a nicer place before like the ex-Tumblr people migrated. Oh, you know, before I was like so angry. Before there was a lot of at each other. Need to do a deep dive on the history and downfall of Tumblr. I would say, to be honest, I think the downfall was them. The team that took over Tumblr and banned porn on the website. I think that was like the downfall, like the initial downfall of Tumblr. Hello, welcome back, Matv. Yeah, but I think that was like its initial cull. Yeah. With the mass exodus, yeah. I heard the poem. Yeah, because for a very long time, the website had been known as like like a place where you could post your NSFW art and you know, like make a community via that, and it also allowed stuff like what do you call them, like cam girls to post like their content and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden it was like, nope, not allowed that anymore. And I think the major reason for that is because they were actually having a huge problem with illegal stuff being posted on Tumblr. Illegal stuff being like animal related. There was a lot of animal related stuff. There was a lot of underage stuff. Yeah, there was a lot of illegal stuff being posted. So I think their way of dealing with it was just to no, you can't post anything. Which I understand. Just sucked for people who had made their, I guess, like their main community and stuff through there. Yeah. Yeah. I remember like they used, I guess it still happens on Twitter actually, but there used to be like roleplay blogs where someone would pick a character and make a Tumblr blog where they roleplayed that they were that character. And you could like submit questions to them and they would like answer as though they were that character. It still happens on Twitter, I don't see it as much nowadays. But it, like, for example, it would be like, if I made one and I'm like, oh yeah, this blog is Nanachi. And then like, you can submit questions to me and then I respond as though I'm Nanachi. And like type as though I'm her and stuff like that. I remember there was a lot of those that would go around. And then people would also make ones for their like OCs as well. I think roleplay threads are more contained to their corner these days. Yeah, because I have seen Twitter accounts like that, but it's like, it's a lot less. I guess it doesn't get pushed on my algorithm either, because I don't really engage with them. Nanaji. I was talking about those old, like, Tumblr roleplay blogs, where you would, like, submit questions to them, and then they would be, like, responding as though they were the character. It's a niche field and heavily contained. Yeah, I guess. It's not for everyone. It was cute when that would be like the replies would all have like drawings, like, you know, if you were like, what did you eat for breakfast today? And then it would be like, nah, and like say what Nanachi ate for breakfast or something like that with a little drawing of what she ate. You should start another one up. I never had a Nanachi one. I've never even had a roleplay vlog like that. I'm too fearful. That core memory of my mom reading out my roleplay to me is like... it's too embedded in my brain. It's too embedded in my brain. Algorithms kind of doom certain things to the void sometimes. Yeah, it sucks when like if you're like trying to get traction on an account or something, but like you are like already in the void. At least there are certain things. Say if you're like an artist, there's certain things that will gain traction, like there's certain things that will guarantee you to get out of the void, right? But it does suck if you're like, say, another kind of account, like a VTuber, let's say, and you are like banished to the void, and then it's like, how the heck do I get out of this void? Tags and stuff. Twitter is really finicky with tags at the moment. It does not like tags, and that's it too, like the algorithm always changes, right? So you gotta know what the algorithm is doing before you gotta know the game before you can play the game. There's a lot of stuff that goes into algorithm. Also, I can't use VBridger. I learned I can't use VBridger because VBridger needs Wi-Fi to be working, and my PC's Wi-Fi doesn't really work. So I think I'd have to wait to get like a new PC or something, which is fine. But it was like when I was setting it up to try it with this model, I was like, oh yeah, cause like my it needs Wi-Fi to connect to your phone, and then through your phone to VTube Studio. And because your phone acts as your camera, right? Like your iPhone acts as your camera, and then VBridger connects to your phone, and then your phone connects that to VTube Studio. Yeah. And so it needs the Wi-Fi connection, and yeah, I can go to the phone, but then the PC, yeah. I'm cabled. I'm like cable connected. When before I had this PC, I used to use Wi-Fi, but then I quickly learned when I got this PC, it's not working. It's not working. It's never really worked with this PC. It's like I think it's like a really budget Wi-Fi card that they put in, because I got a pre-made PC. VBridger doesn't accept the cable now. So happy Halloween. Maybe there's a way to like pipeline it so you can use a cable. I don't know, maybe. Personally, I understand why people like VBridger, but I feel a lot of the time that VBridger... I'm trying to think of how to word it. It's not that it looks bad, that's not what I'm trying to say. It looks too Pixar-y for my taste a lot of the time. But I like that you can like shrug your mouth. Like you can make your mouth go up and down with VBridger, but you can't do that with default default VTube Studio. Like, you know, like if you were like chewing and your mouth is going up and down, if you're like chewing without VBridger, it's like, even though my mouth never opened. You know, but like if you have VBridger, then it actually tracks your mouth going up and down without opening it. I think that's nice. That's a nice thing. I guess too, if you're like rigging it yourself, you can rig the VBridger like to be more like quote anime like. Yes. I know there's like there's kind of like two style of rigs, right? Like there's like the really bouncy everything moves kind of rig, and then there's the like how would I describe it? It's not that it's stiff, it's just not so boing on everything. And I don't mean boobs. I don't just mean boobs. I just mean like the hair and the face, and you know. I remember a lot of people were complaining about I've seen a lot of people say that it's like a Twitch VTuber thing versus like a YouTube VTuber thing, and a lot of people were complaining about Saba looking very very Twitch-like. And I get what they're saying. I do get what they're saying. But I kind of like the bounciness. I kind of like the bounciness. I like when there's like physics on the face and stuff. Is there physics? I think there's physics on the face. Let me look. Oh, maybe there's not. Maybe there's no physics on the face on this model. No, it doesn't look like there is. Yeah, it doesn't look like there is. You can see it on Small Foggy, like when you go like there'll be like kind of like a little jiggle I think that's a cute effect. Oh, by the way, I can't accidentally show too much today. I'm not a big fan of when they lean back and stuff. Oh yeah, like the lean forward into the camera and like lean back. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either. I remember for a while the meta was to have like, I remember steppies was a big one. I never really liked steppies. I don't really like when the foot weirdly shoots out to the side. And then another one for a while was like making the model walk. I never really thought it looked that good. I don't know why I'm looking like this way when you are all over here, but whatever. You should lock dragging. Yeah, I did that. I had to make sure that the dragging was thingy. And I'm moving the window in OBS instead of in VTube Studio. Yeah, I never liked the step, and I like the walking animation too. Never really looked good to me. It never looked good to me. And I don't know. I think the leaning, unless you like specifically have a use for it, it's not worth it. Because you'd pay extra for it, right? It was like one of those flavor of the month things, I guess. There's a lot of those that float around in VTuber models where it's like everyone wants this special thing, everyone wants that special thing. Make them look drunk? I'm not sure what I don't like about it. It just doesn't look good, in my opinion. Because it always like... no one steps like that. Like in real life, if you were adjusting your posture to move your foot to the side, you wouldn't just pew, shoot out a foot like a horse kicking. You know what I mean? Like, your whole body would shift to like support the weight. I think that's it. It's like it's anatomically incorrect, and it looks that way too. I don't know. Also, you like never see the feet, so what's the point? You like never see the feet of a model. Unless someone like permanently streams with their entire model on the screen, which I've not seen. Most people have like this or like closer, right? Like this. Some people are like this. You know? Billion does, but that's 3D. Yeah, I guess 3D is a little different. Cause it's like where you like move around. A lot of times she's like moving and stuff. Yeah. I need a drink. I still haven't opened my new Nacho figure because I don't know where to put her. I gotta clean my room. And I gotta do housework. Oh yeah, I've seen like stepping on chat, but you can do that without you can do that without the silly little horse kick. Let me drink. What was I gonna say? I remember a long time ago being in a VTuber debut and her feet didn't move and she still did the like, I'm stepping on chat. Yeah. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 was released 24 days ago today. Damn! Did you know there was actually like an Australian guy who did like a lot of the stuff Tony Hawk's did before Tony Hawk's did it? And they just like paid him out to not speak about it. There's like a documentary about it and stuff. A little fact. I remember really liking the skating in Spyro. I'm gonna hiccup. Excuse me. Yeah, he just had marketing and he was like getting pushed. Guy was just low profile, I guess. Yeah. I think too it was like Tony Hawk's was like no, this is the guy. You know what I mean? Like, so they really were trying to push him. Unfortunately, if you have like companies behind you, then you know the companies are gonna want you to succeed, so they're gonna like crush the lower competition, so to speak. Let me post this picture. Hip with the kids. Getting jiggy with it. Why is the Subway sandwich my last image I posted on Ocean? Okay. Why is it cropped? Look at its stupid face. Look at its stupid face. I love when cats have like, I don't know, not ugly faces. It's not ugly at all, but it's like not not the best angle expression. Cat realizing it was the problem. Cats would never admit to it though, would they? Cats would never admit to it. Oh my gosh, earlier when the stream assistant was jumping on my desk and stuff, he caused so much havoc. He was like stepping on my keyboard, he was knocking my phone over, he knocked my phone out of its tripod, it like smacked onto my tablet again. That's why they just ignore the thoughts in their brain. True. Speaking of stream assistant, where is he? If it's quiet, I'm always like, where is he? What is he up to? Maybe he's gone to sleep. Maybe he went and put himself to bed. It is late after all. It is late here right now. I gotta remember after stream that I want to clean the hallway. And I want to put the dishwasher on. And maybe I should clean the bathroom. Oh yeah, I want to order... Do you ever have not to let the stream assistant in? No, I kind of like lock him out. Because his food is in my room. Like he eats in my room. And then he sleeps in my room. He looks out the window in my room. It's like his room too. And if I lock him out, he's like... Like, you know, he wants to be let in. Because of you, he has to starve to death, yeah. If I lock him out, he's gonna fade away. Yeah, he's definitely my cat and not like the family cat or anything, so yeah. I can't just lock him out. Yeah. I am thinking of getting like a cat door on my bedroom door though, so I can like fully close it because yeah. Having to always leave your door open ajar is like, you know, sometimes you just want to fully shut your door. But yeah, I have to like have my door open ajar. Um, luckily, my family is kind of chill. I'm like, you know what? If I'm sleeping and my butt is fully out and you look in my room, that's on you. And like my family kind of like that too. Like if I look in your room and your butt's fully out, then that's on me. So they're like, if someone's asleep, just don't be like looking in their room like, whoa, you know what I mean? And like all our rooms are at one end of the house, and then unfortunately though, my room is right next to the bathroom, so when anyone takes a doo-doo, it's like I'm sitting in it. Because Auntie Fox does not like to close the door when she goes doo-doo, so it just like wafts into my room, and I'm like, yeah, shut the goddamn door. Okay, this is disgusting. I think it doesn't even it doesn't even cross her mind, I think. I think it's just like doesn't cross her mind that like not everyone wants to sit in your smell. At least when we move, because we're moving I think we're moving like between December and February. We're gonna move. I'm moving cities. I'm not just moving houses. I'm like moving cities as well. But the room, I can have like an actual like room to put my computer and sewing machine and stuff, and that's like not right next to the bathroom, so that will be nice. That'll be nice. Yeah. It's gonna be really weird though, because I'm going from like the biggest city in the country to like butt frick middle of nowhere. Like I don't even know what the population is. Let me see. As big cities, not well. Okay, the population is less than 1,500. So I'm going from a city of almost 2 million. There's almost 2 million people in my city. And by the way, like I would say like a good portion of the country is in my city. Because the next biggest city is like, let's see. Okay, the biggest city is nearly 2 million, and then the next biggest is not even 500,000. And then after that is like 200,000, 200,000, not even 200,000. Like it drops off really quickly. Yeah. So I'm going from like 2 million essentially to under 1,500. It's like such a big difference. Although I did spend all of my teenage years in like the opposite side of the country, but that was still like, let me see. Okay, the other city that I spent a lot of years in is like 130,000. That's like the smallest place I would have ever lived in. I lived briefly in Sydney when I was a baby. I've lived in Melbourne for a little bit. If you have autism like me, you will find enjoyment looking at population. I think it depends on what your autism guns in on, right? You don't really get to pick what your autism wants to like hone in on. It just decides for you, and then it's like, yo, this is so interesting. I went from 8,000 to 5.5 million. Damn, that would have been a real shock. I think it's probably better to go from like small town to big, because then it's like, whoa, I get all this new stuff to do. But when you go in the reverse, it's like, wow, I've got less to do. Not that I leave my house, actually. I think the main thing that I'm like, damn it, is, I won't be able to get so much food. Like, wait, not all at once. I mean, like, there won't be so much variety of food. My town is 57k, and it's the largest town I've ever lived in. Whoa! I lived in Tokyo, so I guess that would be the largest city that I've ever lived in. What's the population of Tokyo right now? 37 million. 37 million. Yeah. I used to live in tiny ass towns. Yeah, I never really lived in like tiny towns. Actually, I lie. When I was like a toddler, I lived in like a small town for a little bit, but it was like really brief. But yeah. Other than that, I've mostly lived in big cities. But yeah, I hope I can still get nice sushi and stuff from the neighboring towns. I mean, obviously I don't think they even have a sushi place like where I'm moving. I know they have a bakery. I know they don't have like a full supermarket. What's it like when it's not a supermarket yet? It's like a... There's a name for it. It functions as a like mini supermarket, mini mart, something like that, grocery store. But isn't that just a supermarket too? Well, okay, grocery store. They have a grocery store. They have a grocery store. When I was a kid, when I was a small kid, I lived in a town of 543 people. That's so small. That's so small. I don't know how I would feel about that. I like... It had one primary school that had mixed grades. That's kind of cool, actually. That's like Higurashi, without the dying. Or maybe someone died, I don't know. But like, you know, not in a horrific way like Higurashi. My primary school did mixed years, but it would be like, year 1 was all just year 1. Well, there were like special classes that were only year 1. And then there would be classes that were like year 1 and year 2. And then there were classes that were year 3 and year 4, 5 and 6. And so you would have 1 year being like the big kid, 1 year being the little kid, 1 year being the big kid. Yeah. That's what my primary school was like. So my first year, I was in one of the special like only year 1s. But then for my year 2, I was the big kid. And then for year 3, I was the little kid. Yeah. It was cool when visiting friends in the village when the pop was the only 100... Wait, what? Oh, when the population was only around 100 people? There were satellite villages to my hometown. What do you mean? Satellite village? Oh, say... Well, there! I'm confused. I'm confused by all this small village talk. I'm a big city fox. That's like good and bad things about big and small cities. Like, the city that I'm visiting, like, I have been there, and people are very friendly and humble in small cities, and they want to get to know you and stuff a lot more, right? So I've been in, like, a city, I'm gonna hiccup. I've been in a city that was, like, not huge. So people would say like good morning to you as you walked past them and stuff like that, or like good evening, you know, like pleasantries. I like that, but when it goes beyond that, I don't like that. I don't like when people try to, like, actually get to know you. Because then I'm like, you don't want to know me. You're like even when I visited there, it's like people are like really eager to like get beyond the small talk, and it's like, you don't want to know me. I'm like some freak who sits inside all day and looks at anime titties. Like you're like a middle-aged mother who likes horses and I don't know, going on camping. Well, I like camping, but like I don't know how to describe, you know, like country girl thing. You're like that. And then it's like, what do I say? What do I say to you? I don't know. I like basic pleasantries when people are still polite to you, but I don't like when they try to get to know you beyond that. I did really like in Tokyo that people just left me alone. I liked that I could go places and people didn't care to talk to me. I did like that. Or if people were gonna talk to me, it was like so basic that it was like, you know, not going beyond like the real basics. The first time I ever saw a bullseye was in Tokyo. I was like going to the laundry. I was going to do my laundry at the laundromat, and I saw a bullseye walking outside, and I was like, what the heck is that? And then I had to look up all these dog breeds. I was like, looks like a greyhound but fluffy and stuff like that. And then I finally saw it, I was like, oh my god, that's what that is? It was before the meme that like, let me do it for you. It was like before that meme, so they weren't popular yet. Online, at least. They weren't popular yet. So when I saw it, I was like, what the heck is that? You know? There are lots of country people here, which means it's very hard to find people to talk to. Yeah, I can imagine. It was some weird dog-shaped creature. Yeah, cause all the like greyhound like breeds are they're kind of creepy, like when they move and stuff, right? They have like such a distinct body shape and everything. I mean, I really like them, but they have a very odd demeanor. Have you seen a maned fox? I think it's not a true fox though. It's like a, isn't it like a type of different type of canine? Maned fox. Oh, sorry, maned wolf. It's neither fox nor wolf. Oh, it's got its own genus. I think this is the one you're talking about though, right? The maned wolf? It looks like a fox on long legs, essentially. It's got a very, very foxy face. I never really noticed that their tails are so small. I never noticed that they got such little small tails. I think this model may be too lewd, really? Do you want me to just go down a little bit? Like this? Maybe like this. No, up. I want everyone to be comfortable, though. I don't want it to be like... The navel is too distracting. Well, it's kind of like not fully in view. You were joking? Oh, okay. I'm back. I'm back. Because I mean, it's like I got my tummy out, but it's not like super. It's not like super. How do I say it? The tummy is out, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not like overly sexual. I think it's like it's a hard one to argue. Sexy and sexual are different things. That's my argument, and I'm gonna stick by it. The knowledge that you don't have pants on, well, like, I didn't want to edit them in. I didn't want to edit them in. I tried to put the pencil on this model, but the model is like set up differently. It's set up differently so that the like legs go above the groin instead of behind the groin, so I would have to like finesse with it a lot to get it so that the pencil actually works properly. Otherwise, it's like not that I could show pencil anyway, I guess. Not that I could show pencil anyway, cause Twitch being Twitch. Actually, unless unless I go get I go get the what do you call it? Beach background? Would that still apply if I was like, yeah, everyone, I'm at the beach right now? Would that still work, or is it just permanently no? I don't know what the rules are. The rules change so often. And then when they change, it's like drastic changes. So it's like I just go by what the last update I heard. Just say you're airing it out. I don't think that'll work. For some reason, I never focus on the navel being hidden and revealed by the small ones walking in front of them. Oh, you do focus on it. From the Digicons, like covering and then revealing. Digicons are here to keep my dignity, but not doing a very good job at it. Here to keep my dignity, but not doing a very good job. God, the modesty, yeah. Foxes need their modesty kept in check. I haven't posted the picture yet of the stream assistant. Oops. I'll have to go wake him up and be like, hey, you gotta get your Halloween picture. You gotta get your Halloween picture. Finesse to your navel. But then there would be like a belly button piercing. I don't like belly piercings. I really don't like belly piercings. Oh, I remember hearing this story from this girl once. You know how there's like different kinds of tummies, right? Like some people... Yeah, this armpit needs custom armpits. Anyway, sorry, that was like a side thought. You know how some people have like tummies that have like a roll line when you sit down, and then some like push out. And mostly guys like push out, right? And then it's like more common for girls to get the roll. So I knew this girl that had the roll kind of tummy, and she wasn't chubby or even, she wasn't even chubby, she was quite slim. But she had a belly piercing, and because she had the roll, when she sat down, her skin pushed the piercing inside inside of her body, and she had to go get it like surgically removed. And after hearing that, I was like, yeah, man, yeah. I was never considering getting one, and that like that absolutely made me never want to get one. Yeah. It was probably like a freak situation, like it's not that common, but like still the thought of it. I also don't like that they leave scars on your belly. What kind of piercings do you like, if you like piercings? Because I know some people are not into piercings. I remember when I was young, I really liked those back lace-up piercings. I really liked those, but then the thought of like laying on them was like, ugh. Or like someone pulls on it, ugh. None? You don't like piercings? You don't like ear piercings? Just the ear piercings. What about boob piercings? I'm kidding. I like a few types of piercings. Like I like eyebrow piercings, but you gotta have like a look that fits with it. You know, like, the look has to fit. It can't just be like... I don't know, like... cutesy, like, I don't know, sweet Lolita with an eyebrow piercing. It doesn't fit. Corn fits. You know what I mean? Ear piercings are acceptable. I like ear piercings. I like eyebrow. I like... Eyebrow piercings are very goth. Yeah, I guess so. Goth grunge metal, yeah. I agree. I guess I like snake bite piercings, but I wouldn't necessarily have them myself. I hate nose piercings. I do not like nose piercings. I think boob piercings look nice, but they're not nice to maintain. I look like I don't have a nose. Right? It looks like I don't have a nose right now. You have to really focus to see that I have a nose. It's there, I promise. I do have one, it's so bright in here. It's there, it's so bright. I've got the light on above me and everything. It's, you know how it goes. You know how it goes when you're in a CRT. I'm in a CRT. Making me look like I lost my nose. I'm a Michael Jackson fox. Like your nose. Or your nose. Anyway. Yeah, and boob piercings don't ever like fully heal. So they're not like... They're like, okay, you can look at it, but you can't really do a lot with it. Whereas like ear piercings, they heal. Eyebrow piercings, your body actually pushes them out. So if you have an eyebrow piercing, you can have it for a little bit, and then you gotta take it out, let it heal, and get it redone. Otherwise it'll like slowly travel. So like if you got it like in one spot, it'll like slowly be pushed outwards. What else? I guess there's like dermal piercings, is that what they're called? Where they're like implanted into your skin? Those to me are wild. Like imagine if it gets knocked or something. You know, like how some people get like an implanted piercing? Yeah. Body is... I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting, but it doesn't mean interesting in the like, I'm interested in getting it. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting, but not in the I'm gonna get that kind of. Oh yeah, like the people who get horns or like whiskers and stuff, where they get like implanted whiskers. Or you can like dye your what is the eye white called? Sclera? You can like dye your scleras. There's a crazy amount of stuff you can do to your body. No thanks. I know there's like surgeries you can get to like change your eye color, but you're not actually changing your eye color. Like you're basically just putting a contact lens in under the top layer of your eyeball. Heard some people add coral under the skin. Oh, because it's like a natural substance? Does the human body just grow around it instead of like rejecting it? That's crazy. That's really crazy. It's just like like imagine if you had like a fake horn implanted under your skin and then you accidentally donk it like in the shower or something. Or whatever like crumbles under your skin. I don't know. I guess that's their problem, not ours. I guess that's not like their problem to deal with, not ours. Same as people who get like implants, right? I always imagine like, you know, because it's just like it's like a sack of fluid in your body, like that doesn't naturally belong there. Like what happens if it gets pierced or like, well, I guess they do burst. I don't know. Yucky thoughts. Yucky thoughts. I've been yapping for like almost 2 hours. We should play the game. We should play this freaking game. Ohayo. Welcome. Last thing with implants is calcium builds around them and they get crusty. Is it calcium builds around the breast implant? I mean, I'm never gonna have that problem, so calcium can build around the breast implant as a normal response to a foreign object appearing as harmless, non-cancerous calcification. Actually, I remember reading this case about a like elderly woman. She broke her hip when she was like 90 or something, so she had to get a scan, and then they discovered that she had miscarried, like way back, like obviously when she was like in her 20s, she had miscarried, but her body hadn't ejected the fetus, so it like calcified in her body, and she never knew. She didn't even know like that it was there or anything. So yeah, she had this like calcified fetus in her body that had been with her for like most of her life. PD, thank you, welcome back. Also Yandere, welcome back. Let me just cancel my food order. I'm sorry. It's really gross, but at the same time it's like wild that like she didn't get poisoned by it or anything. You know, because usually the reason why your body needs to get it out is because, you know, it's meat, and dead meat cannot be within your body. However, calcification can also be a sign of a thickened capsule caused by an inflammatory stimulus, such as bacteria or leachable chemicals from the implant. These calcifications are often asymptomatic and are typically found during a routine screening. Okay. I'm kind of curious to see what they look like. Very interesting. Very... Huh. Looking at these make me wonder why you would ever want to get breast implants. Okay, there are a couple of reasons where I can see why you would want to get breast implants. If you had uneven breasts and you want to even them out, I can see that. I can see, you know how some ladies have like very clearly different sizes. I can see that being a genuine reason as why you would want to get a breast implant, to like even them out. If you were completely flat and you felt very self-conscious about it and you just wanted a little something there, you know, just a little something. And if that like made you feel better about yourself, I can see the logic. It doesn't necessarily mean that I would do that. I see why someone would do it, right? But if you already got like, if you already have like some boob, even if that's small, it's like don't do that to yourself. I mean, even if it's flat, it's like don't do that to yourself. I just see the logic behind it. But if you got like little boobs, even, it's like there's no. It's just. It's so. It's like you're butchering yourself. You could get a breast reduction. I think it depends because. Okay, say for my size of boobs, if I was like, I want to be flat because I love flat boobs, right? I'm like, I want to be flat because I want to have flat boobs. I actually couldn't do that without losing my nipples. Like, there's a very high chance that I would not be able to keep my nipples if I did that. So if you had uneven sized boobs, and one of them were like too large a size, you would probably end up not being able to keep one, and it's because of the way they reduce them or something. It's like they have to cut like the nipple out and then they reattach it, but it can only be detached for a certain amount of time before the tissue starts to die, right? They can't reattach like dead tissue. And then the bigger the breast, like obviously the more complicated the removal is. And then your body sometimes goes into like a response state so that even if you get rid of all of the tissue, it comes back. I didn't know that either. I didn't know that even if you get a breast reduction, it's very likely to grow back. I was like, what the heck? Boobs and boobs, all are good. Yeah, I just think, for whatever you have, there will be someone who enjoys it. You know, if you got big boobs, there are people who like big boobs. If you got little boobs, there are people who like little boobs. And if someone is so hung up on the thing that you don't have, then they weren't the person for you, and that's okay. You know? Plenty of fishes in the sea. Does that mean in the future we can trick the body into making them bigger? I think you can. Yeah, I think you can. Like, you can do things to, like, stimulate them to grow and stuff. Boobs grow larger naturally when person you, like, plays with them a lot. Isn't that just, like, a thing that happens anyway? Like, if you start lactating, your boobs are gonna grow bigger. Like, you know. Because the glands and stuff grow and then they swell and then you're like making milk, so they're gonna get bigger. Lactation only happens in childbirth? You can force lactation without childbirth. You can, like, artificially... No, I guess you can forcefully bring on lactation. It's just that prior to childbirth, you, say you already had a child, then you'll be able to start lactating a lot easier than if you haven't had a child. Like, say you had a baby and now the baby is like 10, but you for some reason want to start lactating, your body will be able to start lactating easier than someone who's never had a child. Because prior to childbirth, your mammary glands are like underdeveloped, and then through pregnancy they like... I don't know why I know all this stuff. I just know a lot of random stuff that has like no relevance to me. Because like, obviously I'm not pregnant, right? Obviously I'm not pregnant and I'm not going through childbirth. I haven't had a child. It's just like, if something's interesting, I like to research it. So I end up with a bunch of random information. I end up with like a bunch of random information on like things I may have had like some interest in at some point. Because it'll be like, I remember wondering like how men are able to lactate and then going down a rabbit hole about it. You can see men waltzing with bigger boobs than girls, so biology checks out. Yeah, I guess. There's some guys who have like boobs going on. Okay, let me open Zaya. Did you research to what happens? Not directly, but I do know that your organs get like pushed out of place during pregnancy, because they like essentially get reorganized so there's room for the baby. Pregnancy in itself is like one of the most craziest things. It's like we weren't really designed to get pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, your brain shrinks, you run out of lung space, your spine is put out of whack, there's like pressure on your bladder, your organs are organized. Yeah. Bro is more busty than most ladies out there. This is why bro gets goodnight kisses. We both straight, by the way. I watched a video earlier about this husband telling his wife that he was gonna go to gay camp for a week with his brother-in-law, and he wasn't gay. He was just going to gay camp for a week because he needed to experience it, like what it was like to live as a gay man for a week. And the wife was just like, what the hell are you on about? Like, are you gay? Like, are you bisexual? Are you trying to come out and like explain to me? And he was like, I'm not freaking gay. I don't find male genitalia attractive. This is just something that men have to do through their life. Like, they have to go to gay camp and experience what it's like to live as a gay man. And whatever happens at gay camp stays at gay camp. Yeah, it was like... It was wild. It was really wild. I'm not gay, but I want to go to gay camp. He's going with his brother-in-law as well. He's not just going by himself. He's like, yeah, I'm going with my homie to gay camp. What the hell even is gay camp? Why are you going to gay camp? And he's trying to convince his wife that gay camp is a thing for straight men to go and experience being gay for a week of their life. It's like, that's not how it works, brother. Just admit you're gay. Or a bi, whatever, you might be bi, I don't know. I guess he had 2 kids and a wife, but like, you know, you can do that and still be gay. Bro is down bad for those muscular arms and male bubble booty. That's crazy though. Like, imagine trying to like dead ass serious convince your wife that you're not gay, you just want to go to gay camp. It doesn't count. His brother-in-law does it. I watched another video recent actually where that happened. Where girlfriend was like kind of convinced that her boyfriend was cheating on her. Comes to find out that her boyfriend is cheating on her with her brother. Yeah, she like found them naked in the back of her car. And then the brother's girlfriend also knew that it was happening and sometimes would like join in on it. It was just a whole wild story. I was like, what the hell? What are some people like? What is wrong with some people? Everyone needs Jesus. We need a little more Jesus in the world. Okay, so yeah. There she is. Is Jesus hot? I remember asking my mom that once when I was like 10. I was like, oh, would Jesus be hot? And then she was like, yeah, he would be a very attractive man. I was like, oh. And then she's like, no, you can't do that. I was like, do what? Do what? I was just asking. But I don't know. Would he be? I mean, like, he's probably very average looking. He's probably quite short too. Like, he's probably only like 5'6". Because he existed in a time where, on average, males weren't as tall. You know? And he would have been like very, I guess like Arabic looking, right? Like he would have looked like a typical like Arabic looking guy. He would be a little guy. He's still taller than me. I mean, if he's 5'6", he's still taller than me, so it's fine. I can follow a short king. I guess it would be kind of hard to be shorter than me as a girl. Actually, I do have a friend who is shorter than me. I do have a friend that's shorter than me. They are 5'1", and they're a guy. Procreation without intercourse is highly efficient. Yeah, really. Yeah, I remember. They're also British. I remember, like, I met them through DeviantArt a really long time ago, cause they like to draw. So they draw. I don't think they post their stuff anywhere. Nowadays, but I met them through DeviantArt. I kinda wish I was shorter. How tall are you, Kawa? I liked being short as a kid. I think... I guess I'm fine with my height. I'm just like... I'm not too tall where I feel like I'm a tall woman. But I'm not too short where things are inconvenient. I mean, there's already some inconvenience. There's a lot of clothes, like, if you go to, like, public... if you go to, like, fast fashion stores, a lot of clothes are, like, for 5'6", 5'7" girls, and that's kind of annoying. You always gotta take up, like, you always gotta take the legs up and stuff. I really buy long skirts, they're, like, way too freaking long. Like, I can wear it like a dress, and it still goes down to my ankles. 5'7"? Yeah, I think that's pretty normal for a guy, right? I think my dad's like 5'8". Maybe 5'9". Around there anyway. He's not like tall. Hello! Thank you for following. Okay, let's swap over from the BGM. Saya. Does anyone... I mean, quick pop quiz. Does anyone know what Uta means? I'm really skinny, so I have to find, like, size 30 jeans. But they don't always fit. Oh, yeah. Some people... Yeah. Song. Yeah. Yeah. You know, before I changed this account to Kagari Kitsune, it was Okami no Uta. Yeah. When I used to use WoW, it was Okami no Uta. But then I was like, but I miss being Fox, and I love Fox so much. And then I was like, no, I be Kitsune. Yeah. End of story. We gotta load. Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, we just left the Kevin. Sorry, my tail's gonna be like flicking in the way through this because apparently I can't turn my tail down. There was like an option to when I loaded it only as a live 2D model, but when I loaded it in like this, the option disappeared, so... We're getting like fluffed. I don't know the difference between... I don't know those kanji, sorry. I don't know kanji, like... I know very, very few kanji. Where are we? Okay. They're both Uta? It'll probably be like... I don't know another word that means Uta, but... I don't know. Folk songs? Okay, so like... What's the other one? Maybe Google will help us. Google Sensei! No, I'm curious too. Oh, okay, you don't really see it very much. They both mean song. Then what's the difference? I'm so curious now. I gotta know. I gotta get to the bottom of this. How will I ever survive? How many tabs do I have open? The first one is like to sing, like uta. Oh, like vocaloid uta. Like yeah, okay. Ah, okay. We have learned. Why did I have no tabs open? Apparently, I didn't even have one Chrome tab open. It's a miracle. Unless it like crashed without me knowing. I don't know. Anyway. When he steps out of the cabin's front doors, Koji shivers as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outdoor air is even colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. If he had been exposed to this chill all night long, he would have surely frozen to death. Koji finds two cars parked in the yard. The smaller car next to his must be Ryoko's. When he sits behind the wheel of his car, he gets some relief from the feeling that he has taken his first step, however small, back to his world. He sips the sports drink, wetting his parched throat, then washes down his jelly. His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 hours on empty, but he manages to force down the urge to vomit. Koji needs the energy. No matter how hard it is, he must regain enough stamina to overcome the challenges ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can, Koji leans back in his seat and takes a short break. When he begins to feel like himself again, he reaches into the backseat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. He never expected that carrying two phones would be such a stroke of luck. As he calls up Fuminori's number and prepares to hit send, Koji is overcome by a flood of emotion. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He is unable to decide what to feel towards his friend. However, there is no time to dwell on the past. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Oh, Koji. Koji refuses to consider that it may already be too late. He steels himself and presses the button, then holds the phone to his ear as it rings. The shrill sound seems to go on for longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminori's phone must be displaying the name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction will be when he sees it. The call goes through. In the silence on the other end of the phone, Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivers the first jab.
Yo,
What? Weren't expecting a call from a dead man? どうやって? I'm surprised. How did you manage it? As Koji is about to answer, an idea suddenly comes to him. There was a secret passage in the well, Koji says, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. It led to a hidden ground underground lab. He pauses to let that sink in. Then with satisfaction filling his voice, he says, I met Ogai Masahiko. Fuminori's gasp tells Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his voice bold, he decides to further exaggerate the truth. I know it all. Owari. I know it all, everything about Saya. You're finished, Fuminori. Got all Got all the proof I need to blow this thing wide open. You won't even see it coming. Kisama! You son of a bitch! It's obvious from Fuminori's tone that rage has overwhelmed his reason. Koji's bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted, however, as Fuminori's response to the name Saya brings a cry of anguish from the corner of his heart that still wants to believe his friend can be saved.
Sakisaka-kunがこのSayaと呼ばれるものとすでに深く関わっているのなら
If Sakisaka is involved in whatever Saya is, Ryoko's voice plays back in his head, sounding even colder than before.
彼はもう引き返せないところまで踏み込んでいる。
Then he's already past the point of no return. He mustn't allow emotion to sway him.
大見と筑波はどこだ?
Where are Omi and Yo? Koji suddenly switches topics, trying to keep Fuminori off balance. It all comes down to this.
俺にだって情けはある。お前の出方次第では考えんでもない。
Depending on your answer, I might be willing to cut you a deal.
お前がこれ以上誰も傷つけないというのなら、俺にしたことは忘れてやる。この別荘で見つけたことも。
Yo is fine. Omi's fine. If you swear not to cause any more harm, I'll forget about what you did to me, and I'll forget about what I found at the cabin.
俺だってこれ以上。
I don't want anything more to do with you and Saya anyway.
大見たちさえ無事に戻ればいい。
All I want is for Omi and Yo to be safe. Omi to Yode. Fuminori's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted, and whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminori has been called out, and now it's time for him to show his hand. I honestly don't know anything about Omi. She never came by my house. Yo, on the other hand. Fuminori pauses, then gives a knowing chuckle that sends a chill up Koji's spine. Well, I wonder if she'll really want to leave. She's with you, isn't she? Koji is relieved to learn Yo's location and that she is at least still alive. At the same time, however, he remembers that horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. I think he actually doesn't know. I think he might actually not know. I don't know. I can't tell if he's just lying because it aligns with this story, and there's like no, maybe. No, because before it really did indicate that he knew. So I think he does know, but he's just like, there's no way you can prove that she was here because the evidence is gone. You know what I mean? Like, so... I mean, he can't be like, sorry, I ate her. You know? I think he doesn't know. He's just like... What else can he say, kind of thing. The evidence is in my toilet, sorry. If you want your girlfriend, you're gonna have to go fish her out. I'm just pouring some lava. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What happened to her? How was she being treated? Her wish has finally come true. Fuminori says with venomous sarcasm, "She's my property now. I guess you and Omi got what you wanted after all." Koji feels despair settle over his soul. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminori seek out and destroy every memory of the friendship they once shared?
筑波を解放しろ。彼女の安全を確認したら、お前らについての証拠を破棄してやる。
Let's go. When I'm sure she's safe, I'll destroy everything I have on you and Saya.
信用できるか
How can I trust you? First, I want you to... ...
お前に選択の余地を与えるつもりはない。
I'm not giving you a choice here, Fuminori. Koji instinctively realizes that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further.
後でまた連絡する。それまでによく考えておけ。
I'll call again later. You have until then to make up your mind. What is that kanji? What's the first kanji? Boku no mono. Mina. Boku no mo. It's. It became mine? It became mine? It's mine? It's become mine! 変だよ. He was talking about your... Oh, right. Yours become mine. So says Google. I'm just going by... like rough... really rough broken translation. Yeah. He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminori doesn't know that Koji is still at the cabin in Tochigi. Right now, he's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. Sorry, no, that's okay. I'm really bad with kanji, so I could read the rest, but I'm like... what? Who's it? Actually, I got stuck on the boku, and then I didn't read past no mono. And then I was like, wait, what's the kanji? And then after the kanji, I read the rest. My Japanese isn't very good. I can, like, read katakana, hiragana, but, like, kanji is, like... I know the most random ones and then, like, simple ones. Actually, I know watashi, but I'm not used to boku. Even though I feel like it's kind of cute, uncle would say boku. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminori's confusion. 日本語上手です。ありがとう。私 is just hiragana though. 3 hours. That's how long it'll take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji is afraid that his body won't carry him through such a long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighted down with lead. Although he knows that he has to stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace he had just a few days ago, when life or death struggles with the furthest thing from his mind. Yeah, it's just like a feminine cutesy. Is it still popular nowadays? I don't know if it's like an outdated thing or if it's still like commonly used. Yaranaika. Back then, he could never have imagined himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment, he feels himself being less the person he was. When all of this is over, will he be able to return to his old life? Or will this change continue until it has consumed him utterly? Time is against him, for every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decides to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leans against the steering wheel and cries. And when his tears have run dry and his heart is calm, Koji starts his car and drives away. I stare at the silent phone in my hand. There is anger, of course, but something cold and heavy holds my emotions in check. The sense of danger. To be honest, I'm surprised at how calm I am. Oh, Chujin-sama? Yo looks up at me apprehensively, her head between my thighs. She was attending to me through the call. The remaining fragments of her memory seem to have joined together. As she has regained some degree of speech, upon realizing this last night, Saya began to teach her language once more. I assume she finds our pets' efforts amusing. Don't be mad. Yo will try harder. The pleasure from her ministrations threatens to impede my thoughts, and besides, my arousal has already vanished. At first, I consider making her stop. When I gaze into her puppy dog eyes, however, I begin to think differently. Thanks to Sire, I don't get a scene for this, right? I should be fine. Thanks to Sire, I should have a family once again. For the first time, I am becoming aware of the responsibility that places on me. Now I am the head of the new Sakisaka household, as well as its only male member. It is my duty to protect, comfort, and ensure the happiness of the woman living under my roof. What a man. With that in mind, I know I mustn't fear or show confusion. That would only cause them distress.
続けろよ。
Continue. Ha. I entrust myself to Yo's eager touch, basking in the pleasure with one part of my mind while contemplating our current predicament with the other. It's clear that I made a grave error when I failed to finish Koji off 2 days ago. Right now I need to set my frustrations and anger aside and deal with this problem logically. It's time to leave. I have no way of knowing when Koji escaped the well, or how much he has learned, or how many people he has come in contact with since then. Now that it is impossible to know how far the problem has spread, merely disposing of Koji won't guarantee our safety. When the enemy has poisoned your water supply, you can't take the risk that even one drop might remain. Your only choice is to stop drinking the water.
ねえ、ふみのり、誰と話してたの？
Fuminori, who are you talking to? Saya returns from the kitchen where she's gone in search of a midnight snack. She's munching on her favorite, spare ribs. Purging myself on unease and patience, I respond with a casual
ちょっと
shrug.
厄介なことになりそうだ。工事のやつが生きててさ。
It looks like we have a little problem. That bastard Koji is still alive.
あらま。
Oh dear. By breaking the news suddenly and without any trace of anxiety, I'm able to avoid frightening Saya. Instead, she is merely surprised. I knew that remaining calm would work. Moreover, I'm currently being plotted by Yo. It would be hard for anyone to get too serious under these circumstances.
僕たち、この家を引き払った方がいいかもな。
Sire, it might be best if we leave this house.
そうか。
Sokka. Sire lowers her eyes and strokes her chin thoughtfully.
どっちみち鈴見さんの一家が消えたのがバレれば、この近辺も騒がしくなってただろうし。
This is bound to happen sooner or
こ
later.
ういう日は来てたと思うよ。
Even without Koji, it's only a matter of time before someone reports the Suzumi family missing.
うん。
Yeah, Saya nods. I can tell that she's reluctant to leave, but at least there's no sadness in her expression. Everything will be fine. I will protect my life with Saya, just as I have up until now. I have that power. Knowing that we've overcome one problem fills me with new
大丈
confidence.
夫。安心していいよ。さあ、じゃあ急いで支度しよう。
Now then, we'd better get ready. We can travel light and take the Suzumi family car. I'd better withdraw everything that's left in my bank account and carry it as cash. I'll also need a weapon, something more reliable than a butcher's knife. Koji will most likely follow me. He thinks that Io can still be saved. However, I'm not abandoning this house just to run away. As long as Koji knows our location, we're stuck on the defense. Leaving it gives me the chance to regain the initiative and deal with him at a place of my choosing. Next time we meet, I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. I'll make sure to wring every last drop of life out of his body. Yeah, he just finished painting the walls. I anticipate the battle ahead and my bloodlust... Wait, a shiver runs through me as I Sorry. As I anticipate the battle ahead and my bloodlust burns like orgasmic fire. When Ryoko looks up, the morning sun is already streaming through the window. Tired from hours of poring over files, she removes her glasses and massages her aching eyes. Her dreams are always filled with horror, yet the night she just spent was more nightmarish than them all. And it's not over yet. She has only just set a foot on the threshold. As expected, the files left by Ogai Masahiko were not the sort that Ryoko could simply pick up and read. Fortunately, Ogai had been too old-fashioned to put his trust in electronic media. If he had encrypted his files on a computer, she'd have to find a hacker to decipher them. Hackermans. In fact, he had not employed any kind of code in his writing that would have been too time-consuming by hand. The method of obfuscation he did use was quite simple. Hacking into the mainframe. Quick, type on the keyboard with me. One of the files that Ryoko pulls from his underground lab, the majority turned out to be notes, and these from Ogai's days as a student. The important papers were diaries and research notes that had been scattered through the piles of worthless scraps. At first, she was unable to understand the documents that she had found. Each sheet was covered with a text on one side and a blank on the other. Each line was completely unrelated to the next, making it impossible to glean any meaning from the whole. The trick revealed itself, however, when she was sorting the pages that made no sense. She found that each line continued on the same line of a different page. In Ogai's diary, for example, the first day began on the first line, then continued not with the next line, but with the first line on the next page. Similarly, the second day was the second line, the third line was the third day was the third line, and so on and so forth. After filling all the lines on one set of pages, Ogai had torn them out and scattered them amongst his files. There was no regularity on how the pages were numbered, of course. Unable to locate any sort of key or legend, Ryoko had no choice but to figure out the page order manually. Despite knowing that the task could be exhausting, Ryoko set to it valiantly. After separating all of the loose leaf sheets from the jumbled files, she began the painstaking process of linking pages together according to the contents of their first line. She found that Ogai had dismantled and scattered his diary each time he completed a number of days, equal to the lines on the page. He had done with the same had done the same with his research notes every 30 pages or so. The diary was much easier to restore because the entries varied in lengths later. Later pages had larger number of blank lines. The page with only one line, therefore, was the last page of the diary, and those with the most blank spaces could be considered closer to the end. Ryoko's perseverance had paid off, for she has already succeeded in restoring several volumes of Ogai's diary. As she reads them, she feels despair draining her spirit, as it has so many times before. This cursed feeling of powerlessness that comes with knowing hidden truths. Those who have tasted it once shall be beaten down by it again and again until the day they die. All secrets are connected after all. Once you have glimpsed even the tiniest fraction of the world's true face, you have no choice but to watch in horror as the veil rolls itself back inch by inch. All that remains is to wait for the day when insanity will crush your reason under its ever-mounting weight. I have succeeded in communicating with the organism. It shows enormous curiosity, and its intelligence is beyond doubt. See research notes for confirmed vocal patterns and body language. Its appetite for knowledge is insatiable, and its learning speech is off the charts. However, it exhibits absolutely no desire to be recognized as an individual. Its ego appears to be quite weak, suggesting a psyche wholly unlike that of a human. The speed of the organism's linguistic development is astounding. When I laughed at its mispronunciations, it immediately picked up the concept of puns. Ever since, it has been employing its entire vocabulary in attempts to find puns that will make me laugh. Perhaps in a few days' time, it will have learned enough language for us to communicate freely. The organism's command of spoken language is now sufficient to facilitate high-level discourse. But although it has wrangled me with questions all day, it remains unable to answer any of mine. It replies suggest that it's gained awareness only after materialization in this universe. It has no knowledge of where it came from. While I am disappointed, the fact that it has reached this level of intelligence only 1 week after starting to think tells me that there is no end to what I can learn for it. Regaled. Hypothesis. It is not a naturally occurring organism, but was created by an even more sophisticated sentient life form. This would explain why it has no ego, yet possesses such a hunger for knowledge. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that was sent here from another world. Yoko smiles humorously for the umpteenth time since she started reading. How wonderful it would be if she could laugh the diary off as the delusions of a madman or the work of a science fiction author. Alas, she knows far too much. When she thinks back to the many horrors that Ogai brought into her life, the words before her take on chilling credibility. I have confirmed that the organism's brain power far surpasses any human's. This morning, I taught it about prime numbers. After I explained the Lucas-Lemma test for Mersenne primes, it immediately began to list examples that it had calculated in its head. I was only able to confirm by memory up to number 10M89, but it continued to list further examples without any troubles. I left it to its calculations, and when I returned a few hours later, I discovered that it had written down more than 70 of them. Computers all over the world are currently working to calculate Mersenne primes, but the last one I remember being found was the 39th back in 2001. When I entered several of the results on my laptop and ran the Lucas-Lemma test on them, I found that everyone was correct. The same is The same is no doubt true of the rest. After all, the organism has never shown the pathological need for respect that would lead it to lie about its accomplishment. I see no reason to doubt its veracity. If I could reveal the world an expedient method for discovering is it Mercine Primes? The prize money would make me a billionaire. Of course, my current research is worth far more than any sum of money. I must keep it secret. The organism's computational speech exceeds that of even the most powerful supercomputers. I can only conclude that its cognitive faculties are beyond anything humanity can imagine. The organism's request, we have begun a new field of... At the organism's request, we have begun a new field of study, Mercine. Okay. Despite its immeasurable aptitude for mathematics, it now desires to concentrate on sociology and the natural sciences. Perhaps our math problems are simply too elementary for it. It has shown especially keen interest in the means by which organisms reproduce and multiply. As it possesses nothing that could be called emotion, I hesitate to use this description. But when it learnt about DNA, it seemed somehow excited. Mercen. In fact, the organism itself seemed surprised by its reaction. When asked about the nature of the impulse, the organism decided to label it instinct. But this description is indeed accurate. Then this is an extremely significant development. It would mean that there is a deeper level to its psyche than just the knowledge it has acquired since coming to this world. If I can use this discovery to trace its roots, I might be able to learn what it truly is. Note: candidates for the plane and world of the organism's origin are discussed in my writings on the silver key filed separately. I spent the whole day carrying books into its room. Apparently, the organism is no longer satisfied by the knowledge I am able to impart. It should come as no surprise, considering its linguistic prowess, but the speed at which it consumes text is astounding. The diary continues from some time, chronicling the intimate relationship between Ogai and the organism. In the back of her mind, Miyoko imagines the old doctor climbing down the well in the middle of the night to hold congress with some inhuman creature in that bizarre laboratory. The image is disturbingly similar to the nightmares that have shattered the silence of many nights with her screams. Ew! It gets math? Only weirdos like that. What follows, however, makes her worst nightmare pale in comparison. The organism has made a very strange request. This is the first time it has asked for something other than food and reading materials. I can hardly believe it, but it wants to consume the sperm of living creatures. This is separate from its desire for food. Once again, it is describing that this impulse is instinctive. Now that it has declared itself a life form that requires the seed of males, it has begun to identify itself as female. After today, I suppose I shall have to start calling the organism a she. Is the personality that she has begun to exhibit really just an imitation created for her amusement? Ever since she started to immerse herself in our literature, she has been acting astonishingly human. She identifies herself as female and already possesses an enormous store of cultural knowledge. Is she trying to create a human identity for herself based on these? I have seen her laugh, grow angry, and today she cried. Is she just copying our emotional displays? If not, then she is already... Is the soul something that any intelligent life form can acquire? I feel that I am witnessing something more mysterious than the genesis of life itself. Today is her birthday. Although a year late, I want to give her a special gift. Saya was the name of my mother's cat in childhood. She was my sole friend and my beloved. I decided long ago that if I were ever blessed with children, I would give this name to my daughter. Happy birthday, Saya. Let this be the name of your soul. You have earned it. The ability that Saya has discovered in herself is showing more extraordinary results each day. I have no doubt that she is a kind of artist. What exactly is it that she created in her body from the rat I gave her? The rat semen I gave her. At this point, I can only surmise that it is a type of retrovirus, a reverse transcriptase enzyme that creates exactly what she desires. The rats have been transformed by her art. The rats that have been transformed by her art are so very beautiful now. The many enzymes secreted by her body and the various appendages she uses are discussed in details in my biological observations, filed separately here. I will say this. By witnessing Saya perform her operations on several rats, I have gained much confidence in my theory that her body is designed specifically to manipulate the biology of other organisms. Yoko looked grimly at the still unsorted mountain of research notes. When she finally manages to separate those papers, she will probably find the many other files mentioned in the diary. Olgai's biology observes that, at the very least, she wants to look through those before facing this thing called Saya. Under no circumstance does she want to go into the battle unprepared. She looks at her watch and sees that it's already 7 in the morning. Assuming Tono Koji made no stops, he should be arriving in Tokyo about now. Now that it's too late, she wishes she'd stopped that stubborn fool from leaving, even if she had to shoot him in the leg to do so. You fool, Koji! You're gonna mess everything up. Here, let me drink. Brr. Koji pulls up 2 blocks away from the Sakisaka household and stares at the silent building. Isn't this on the edge of, I wonder if the photos they took for this household is like right near the household that they took for, Ogai's house. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it's the same area and they just took some photos around the same location, because there's like, this looks like forest too. In the bright light of the morning, the house seems shrouded in a dark miasma, like a black hole torn out of the landscape. Is it just a figment of Koji's imagination? I think so, Koji. Every window is closed, offering no glimpse of the inside. Koji has no way of knowing whether Fuminori is home. He's got like so much context of this house and like the hellscape it is on the inside. Seems a bit too much nature for I would imagine Fuminori's places. Yeah, I think Fuminori is supposed to be like more in the city. It's probably an image you can find online. They got the station image from the webpage I found. Did they really? I thought they would have just gone. I thought like Higurashi, they would have just gone around and like taken some pictures and then be like, yep, this is for my visual novel now. Yeah, I thought it was just like they took pictures and then, you know, put it in their visual novel. Ay ay ay. A pedestrian walks his dog down the street, glancing back at Koji through the windshield after he passes by. Koji isn't surprised by the attention. He hasn't bathed or changed his clothes since spending the night buried in mud, so he must look like a vagrant even inside his car. When he looks into the rear view mirror, he sees the haggard visage of a man with one foot in the grave staring back at him. It's hard to believe that the tired, unshaven face is really his. If you say, see, this house looks like it would be in the middle of Tokyo. It's like very modern looking. If he stays here for too long, someone might report him to the police. He'd better pull himself together and get moving. He drives slowly up to the front of Fuminori's house, quickly checks to make sure no one is around, and gets out of the car. Anyone who might be in the house probably heard the sound of the engine, but there's no point worrying about that now. Koji walks swiftly through the gate and yard to the front door. He puts his hand on the doorknob, foregoing the bell. The time for such pleasantries has passed. Can post it in this Discord? Yeah, you should. Then we can have a look at the station picture together. The door is unlocked and the knob turns easily in his hand. He puts his ear to the door and listens for any signs of life. He's acting like a thief. He realizes with some shame, but that is the least of his worries now. No sound from within. After checking the street again to make sure no one is looking, he quickly opens the door and disappears inside. An indescribable stink immediately assaults his nostrils. He is already prepared for anything, however, so rather than discourage him, the stench only sharpens his caution to a razor's edge. He has crossed this threshold many times in the past, and his memories of days spent here are still bright. So why? Why does he feel the same ominous, blood-chilling aura that permeated Ogai's house and cabin? Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart, as though a dear friend's grave has been defiled. Koji doesn't remove his shoes before entering. I just heard a possum land on the roof. A possum just went on top of my roof. Koji doesn't remove his shoes before entering. He knows why he's here, and it's not to be polite. Every storm shutter is closed, filling the house with gloom, and he can see nothing but pitch-black darkness through the open door in the hallway. He should have brought his flashlight from the car, he thinks ruefully. Then he remembers that he dropped the light when Fuminori attacked him. It's still lying in the backyard of the cabin in Tochigi. You get brush-tailed possums? Yeah, but they're non-native. They're Australian possum. That's what just landed on my roof. They're also legal to kill here. Like, you can legally kill them. 'Cause they're invasive. The house might be empty, then again, it might not. Each particle of the air seems charged with silent menace. We feed the ones that come to our house, we don't kill them. 'Cause they're so cute. I wish there was, like, more of a plan to, like, ship them back home. You know, or rather than, like, culling them, just, like, capturing them and then shipping them back off. Being like, okay, gotcha, go back home now. Yeah, like deport them. 'Cause they're so cute. They're so cute. My dad has like generations of ones that visit him, And sometimes the mothers bring their babies on their backs. It doesn't work too well in Castle. I know, but it's sad that they just get killed when it wasn't their fault. It's sad. Oh, ugh. Is his enemy lurking somewhere in the darkness? It's not hard to imagine Fuminori waiting for a chance to take him by surprise and finish what what the well failed to. Koji walks down the first hallway, then climbs the stairs and checks the second floor. He moves slowly and carefully, keeping his senses sharp, but feels nothing watching him from the shadows. After completing his rounds, he... After completing his rounds safely, he was convinced that the house is empty. He suddenly realizes that his right hand is touching the cold steel of a gun in his pocket. Did he intend to draw the weapon? Upon encountering Fuminori, now that Koji thinks about it, his own actions seem mysterious to him. What is he planning to do when he meets Fuminori? Will he lay into him with curses and... What's this? What's this? Epithets? Epithets? The heck is epithets? Cursing him with Ra? The curse of Ra is upon you, Fuminori. Let me look it up. What is the meaning? Abuse? Epithets. An adjective or phrase experiencing a quality or attribute regarding as characteristic of the person or thing mentioned. The monarch is often known by the epithet the Great. Huh? A word used as a term of abuse. People jeered and hurled racial epithets. So it's kind of like the word is kind of like a description of which someone is, but like just like condensed into that one word. Negative or like a title they go by. So it's like it's basically like this is what they are, but you could use it in a negative or a positive way. Interesting. What a useful word that never gets used. It's like it's a useful word, but like I never hear it get used. You know, sometimes there is like, yeah, he's basically saying he'll curse him out on, like, he'll call him all kinds of names and stuff, but, you know, an epithet is a description of someone like a title, but if you use negatively, it can mean, yeah. That's what I was meaning. It's like, you are this, but it could be positive or negative. Which is cool. It's a shame this word doesn't get used more often. There are some people who like to expand their vocabulary, just like, but they don't... How do I word this? There's some people who like to, like, try to look smart by using complicated vocabulary, but then they don't even know how to use the word properly. Have you ever come across people like that? Where they're like, they try to seem like they're smarter by using like a unusual vocab word, and then you'll be curious about the word, so you go look it up and you're like, wait a minute, you're not even using it in the correct way. And then you'll call them out on it and they'll be like, oh yeah, I just didn't think anyone would notice. It's like, so the whole point was just to look smart. The whole point was to just look smart, but not actually be smart. Me smart, you dumb. Ha ha. I don't like people like that. I don't like people that get all high horsey on knowledge. I like sharing knowledge, but I feel like when you... And I don't mind when someone's like, well, actually, to be honest, I don't mind that. But I think when it's like... how do I say it? There's a difference between, well, actually, it's like this, and, you're stupid that you don't know. Because to me, I'm always like, if I got something wrong, I'd rather be corrected, and I'd rather know how it actually is, so I don't go around saying the wrong thing. Like, imagine if I was like... Sphinx cats are hypoallergenic, and then I'm going around saying that to everyone. I would rather that someone's like, oh, actually, they're not hypoallergenic. Sometimes they can be worse than, normal cats. Like, if you have allergies, they're really bad for allergies. I would rather someone correct me, because I don't want to be saying the wrong information. But if someone was like, are you stupid? You know what I mean? Are you stupid? They're not hypoallergenic at all. Yeah. Same with vocab. I feel like having a large I like having a large vocabulary, but sometimes I feel like it comes off bad even though I'm using it correctly. I think having a large vocabulary is usually an indication that you read a lot. It's usually like a good indicator that someone reads a lot when they have a good vocabulary. I do not have a very high vocabulary. I used to read a lot when I was younger. I don't really read a lot nowadays. And if I am reading a lot, it's like visual novels, so it's not... Usually they aren't throwing uncommon vocabulary words. Usually they're not using like that uncommon vocab. Like, I think in like the past 10 visual novels I've read, there hasn't been words where I'm like, hey, what is this? Nothing wrong with using uncommon language. I agree. I think there's a difference between using vocabulary because it's an interest of yours and using vocabulary to intentionally look smarter. And Kawa, you don't strike me as someone who would do that. You don't come off as someone like that. Yeah, I think having a like wide vocabulary is pretty cool. I would like to have a bigger vocabulary. It's just I'm lazy to put the effort in. Well, actually, the correct term for this behavior. Yeah, I don't mind if people will actually, as long as it's done in a respectful way. As long as, unless you're French. If you're French, then, you know, we're free to insult the French here. Yeah. If you're French, it's just, you know, free game. We need someone who's like Canadian French to show up, right? We need someone who's Canadian French just so we can like double down on them. Cause then it's like you're not even French. You're Canadian French. You're like a fake... You're like fake of a French, you know? You didn't even make it to being French. We can double up or we can double down. Whichever direction we feel. Actually, it's called... it's called being a sesquipedian. No, sesquipedalian. Sesquipedalian. Uh-huh. Fail at being American, fail at being French. Well, couldn't be American, couldn't be Canadian, couldn't be French, Canadian French. Damn, that's rough. That's rough. Have you ever watched XQC, by the way? He's Canadian French. He's Canadian French, and when he speaks, it's like so jumbled. It's so like it's like, what are you saying? Have you ever listened to him speak? I'm not like an XQC watcher. I've just seen him before. I've seen his stuff before. I remember like seeing only snippets. Yeah, I've only seen like snippets. But I remember seeing his dad speak once, and his dad like speaks completely normally. And then people would bring up like, why does he speak like that? And his dad's just like, I don't know. Half the time I don't understand him either. So it's just him that can't speak. Okay, let's continue. Now that Koji, will he force him to turn himself in, or will he? ... I've only seen the clip of. I don't even know that clip. I think. Koji shakes his head. This isn't the time for such hopeless questions. If he keeps thinking, he'll stop moving. If he stops moving, fear will paralyze him forever. His only choice is to keep marching on. I'm gonna hiccup. He has to close the distance to his prey. And as I pray. In any case, Fuminori isn't home. What form their reunion takes will probably be decided at the moment of their meeting. All Koji has to do is not hesitate when the time comes. Still, why does the whole house smell like stagnant water? It's been 3 months since Fuminori distanced himself from his friends. Just what kind of life has he been leading all this time? Koji enters the living room and feels along the wall for the light switch. The moment he flips it on, the answer to his questions is revealed. I mean, that would kind of be my reaction too if I saw this. I would be like, what the hecky? What? How far is Fuminori gone? Koji realizes that this is the first time he has encountered Fuminori's insanity in visible form. From the dust piled in the corners of the room, it is clear that the paint was not applied recently. How many nights has Fuminori spent surrounded in this maddening array of colors? Why, if such obvious signs were available, why didn't Koji realize that something was wrong before it got this bad? Was he deaf to the dying screams of Fuminori's sanity? Was their friendship really so worthless? Let me drink. As he stands petrified in the unfamiliar living room, Koji directs his anger entirely at himself. If he could, he would like nothing more than to apologize to Fuminori for failing to help him through his suffering. Koji feels that he might have been able to save his friend. Perhaps he is arrogant to think so. But if so, it is arrogance born of kindness. Koji passes through the living room and opens the sliding door that leads to the kitchen. When he enters, he finds the most disturbing of the house's many stenches as strong as hair. Blood. The room is redolent with the smell of countless layers of blood grown stale over time. Dumiko, hello, welcome back. He peers into the well-used sink. Around the rim, he sees faint brownish-red blotches that water alone couldn't rinse off. Even more obvious are the stains on the dish rag. Such stains are proof that the rag has been used and reused countless times. But what could it have been used to make that sickening burgundy color? Koji stares at the refrigerator next to the counter as though it were a monster waiting to swallow him whole. He stands motionless until he is able to work up the courage simply to touch it. Then he steels himself, grabs the thick handle, and opens the door. First, he'll check the freezer, then the refrigerator. The freezer is packed with frozen meat of varying shapes and sizes. As each piece is wrapped tightly and frosted over plastic, he can't tell what kind of meat it is. The meat in the refrigerator, however, has already been thawed for consumption. For a while, he can only stare in disbelief at the 5 fingers beckoning to him from the back compartment. They are long and slender fingers of a woman, their blushed hinge giving them the appearance of waxwork. Koji is unable to remember what Omi's hands looked like, even though he has kissed her fingers countless times. When he finished crying after his conversation with Fuminori, Koji promised himself that he would not cry again. In fact, he does not. He regrets his decision, however. He indulged himself too early. He should have saved his soothing tears for this moment, for now he knows truly nothing is sacred. At last, his doubts about Fuminori have been utterly obliterated. Koji pulls Ogai's revolver out of his pocket and wraps his hand around the grip like he would a charm. It's a definite presence, its promise of merciful annihilation. It is the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He will surely use it to kill Sakisaka Fuminori. Not for revenge, not for justice, but to make the world once more a place governed by reason. For that purpose alone, he must eliminate the anomaly. He breathes deep, exhales, then lifts his hand before his face and starts to spread fingers. Stares at his spread fingers. I messed that up. Alright. He's not shaking. He's prepared to face his new objective. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone. I think that hand is the neighbor's hand, not Omi's. I think Omi's already been digested. I think it's the wife from next door. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone. I think this is where we pick good ending or bad ending. I mean, if you know what good ending is, you know what good ending. True ending is Fuminori, right? I think true ending is we call Fuminori. I think. Because if we call Ryoko, then she's gonna be there. And we don't want her to be there, right? We don't want her to be there. We want, unfortunately for Koji. Yeah, we're gonna call Fuminori. It's time to finish this. Just as he promised earlier, Koji calls Fuminori again. The call goes through immediately. Fuminori must have been waiting for it. Yeah, Koji. Hey Koji, where are you? What difference does it make? As soon as Koji responds, a shrill rings filling the house. Startled, Koji spins around and looks at the hallway. The house phone is flashing to signal an incoming call. Naruhodo. I see. I figured you'd be at my house. Koji fell for it. Fuminori is the one calling the house, and now he knows exactly where Koji is. He must have predicted that this would be Koji's first stop, and that Koji would call him upon finding it empty. Naruhodo ne. So I guess you've already seen everything. Oh! Yeah, Koji keeps his voice bold to conceal his horror. When did Fuminori become so cunning? It looks like you've become quite the meat eater since we last met. Just how many people have you killed? Yeah. Actually, I've only killed one so far. Fuminori replies unapologetically, his tone upbeat. I've taken Part 304 though. I'm getting pretty good at removing the tendons and draining the blood and such. Koji no longer feels sadness or horror when faced with Fuminori's inhumanity. There is only the cold desire to kill the creature speaking such revolting words with his friend's voice. 貴様!
近江を殺したな。知らないっていうのは嘘だな。
Oh, here we're gonna get an answer. You killed Omi, didn't you? You bastard. You were lying when you said you hadn't seen her. どうなんだろう? I wonder. Fuminori mutters, seeming somehow embarrassed. Can you imagine that? You killed my girlfriend, didn't you? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. I might have. I might have. Damn. Yeah, I think he like guessed that he did, but he's, you know, he kind of knows, but he doesn't have like full confidence. But it's also like, well, where else did she go? You know what I mean? So I think he's kind of put two and two together. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we finally got the idea. I guess the first one I ate might have been Omi. It was the same day she disappeared, come to think of it. The body wasn't in any shape that I could identify. Koji had already abandoned hope, but it's still a shock to hear of his lover's brutal end. Tsukuba too? Yeah. No, Fuminori says with an exasperated chuckle. She's here like I promised. I'm no fool. I need her to trade with you, right? I won't waste her. Let me hear her voice. I don't think that's possible. She's in no shape to talk. Fuminori's dismissive words further sharpen Koji's bloodlust. You forgot what I said? If you don't let her go unharmed. Come on, be happy she's still alive. Would you rather have Yo as a corpse? Yeah. Let's get this straight, Koji. Let's get this straight, Koji. You bring your evidence along with the files you've gathered, and when I'm satisfied that they're the real thing, I'll hand you over. Hero, hello, welcome. いいだろう. Fine, it's obvious that this deal is a sham. In all likelihood, Fuminori is planning to kill him and bury his secrets forever. Moreover, Koji doubts that Yo is even alive. Her meat could very well be somewhere in the refrigerator right in front of him. However, Koji isn't particularly interested in Fuminori's true intentions. After all, he has no intention of making a trade either. His only goal is to get close enough to destroy Fuminori and whatever is pulling his strings. Where? You remember Dr. Ogai's house? The one you followed me to? Let's meet there tonight at 7. Come along. Oi! Hey! Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response. Perhaps Fuminori too has sensed his opponent's intent. If so, then he has realized that Koji is not just the hunted, but the hunter as well. So we're like duelists maneuvering for advantage. Koji smiles grimly as he pockets his phone. It's astounding how much their relationship has changed. The question is whether or not to comply with the 7 o'clock... I know this word, I'm just blanking. Rendezvous? agreement. If this were a serious negotiation, then it would be wise to avoid preempting Fuminori in any way that could provoke his anger. What Koji and Fuminori are really doing, however, is trying to lure each other into a deadly trap. At this point, call the police. Call the police and be like, a rendezvous. At this point, yeah, call the police, tell them that you have gone to your friend's house, you have found dead bodies, human dead body remains, and you have organized to meet with your friend at 7 p.m. at this location. And then be like, but you gotta make it not obvious, because he will flee. Yeah, he will flee. Yeah, absolutely call the police. They're gonna put him down. They're not gonna let someone, like, wander away. Koji doesn't know what Fuminori plans to do between now and then, but he's not about to let his enemy keep the initiative. The fierce bloodlust that has taken root in his heart is more than enough to energize his exhausted body. Koji leaves the death-filled house, his stride more determined than before. Yeah, at least get a manhunt going. Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. The proposition was always too dangerous to consider, given my inability to recognize roads and cars. Rendezvous. Yeah, I guess because it's not English. Things have changed, however, in 3 months. I've had to adapt to my conditions. Is it really that hard? Because I mean, like, you can see this is a street. You know, and you can see that there is a turn here. And then I would recognize that this is something I can't crash into. I guess if something's moving, it's alive, so don't hit it. You know, like, not just bubbling. I mean, like, you know, like a cat or something going across the street. Comes from the French word. I assumed it would be French, because the spelling looks very French. Today, things have changed, however. In 3 months, I've had to adapt to my condition. I guess we're saying that with, like, hindsight, right? We get to sit here and observe, whereas he woke up in this mess. I know what cars and pedestrians look like now, and even though I can't exactly see colors, I've learned to decipher lights and signals. I still can't read street signs, of course. Nevertheless, I managed to make it safely to our destination with Saya and Yo in the back seat. It was Saya who came up with the idea for our new hideout, an abandoned building she'd discovered while living with Dr. Ogai. I thought it said in these hillbilly. Hi, Doctor, welcome back. In these hilly suburban residential areas, it's not that hard to find thick patches of undeveloped forest just off the beaten path. Well, is that what he sees hills like? Saya's old playground is located in one such secluded area, unaffected by the flow of everyday life. It used to be a privately operated sanatorium hidden among the silent trees. After the owners went bankrupt, it remained unsold and was eventually forgotten. After I left Saya and Yo, I think she's not complete. Like, she's not as complete as Saya though. Oh no, she's complete. She just mentally didn't survive. And Saya was like, oh yeah, I might have messed up on that a little bit, but she is complete because her, like, ears fell off and stuff. So yeah, she does look like Saya now. After I left Saya and Yale at the hideout, I returned to town to make some preparations. Now I'm finally back to our new refuge. I liked this ruin from the moment I saw it. Mountains of construction materials and garbage litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. This place looks even less likely to receive unwanted attention than our house. Since my brain sees humans as revolting monsters, places they've been tend to stink or seem covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these, long emptied of life, are the places I find most peaceful. Wasn't it just a few days ago you're working on your updated design because you already got it going? Oh no, this model is actually, I didn't do the base of this model. This model, like just today, was it? Was it just today or just yesterday? It came out. And it's a customizable model from, Aki-san. Aki-san released a customizable model. So, I've been waiting for it to come out for a while. Because I love Aki-san's art. I really, really love Aki-san's art. Yeah, I'm still making my own model that I've been working on. But I when I saw that song coming out, I was like, I gotta get it. I gotta mess with it a little bit, play around with it a little bit, and yeah, I did that, and then I added like my own art to it as well. So it's already super customizable. I'll show what it originally comes looking like. Back to Big Kagi. Originally it's like Aki. Is it just Aki? On Twitter it's let me bring up their really must be super customizable. So some things are from me. So like my fluffy is obviously just from my older model. I just put my old fluffy on on this model, and then I also put the boobs from the old model onto this model. It's my art, and then I added my ribbons from my old model. I added my tail coloring from my old model, and then I changed the eye from my old model too. I'm gonna link the model in chat. This is the artist, Akizan. Wait, it's not pasting. Akizan is the artist, and then if you look at their pinned tweet, it shows like kind of different like things you can do differently with the model. But yeah, I also recolored the hair, so it's like more in my style rather than Aki-san style, because then it looks more like my little Kagi. You know, it fits more. But yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do with this model. And obviously, a lot of work went into it. They did such a good job, though. It can use V-Bridger as well. It can use V-Bridger. Hi, Deku. Welcome. Small Kagi and big Kagi. Kogi! Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, the amount you can get out of it is, like, insane. The amount you can get out of it is really insane. Even just like scrolling their their Twitter page, you can see like what different people are like doing with it. You look so cute. Thank you. This model is like it's like a hybrid, I guess. It's like a hybrid between like my art and the art that came with the model. Yeah, there's so many options. There is so many options. And then yeah, I went and changed some stuff myself. So it was like my art and it fits. You know, there are limitations, right? There are some limitations. Like, obviously the hair isn't like exactly like old Kagi model. But it's close enough, I think. It's close enough. It looks Kagi to me. And then the S shape isn't exactly the same, but it's still really cute. It's still really cute. I actually really like how like the S shape looks. Cause usually when I draw Arctic Fox ears, I kind of draw them like differently to this, but I really like how they look like this. Hmm. I'm still gonna I'm still making big 2.0 though. I am still making 2.0. Yeah, it has Kagi. It's definitely Kagi. Do you plan to use it a lot? I also wanted to buy it to like a not like a study file as well. I also wanted to see like how they went about certain things, how they handled so many different options, like how they handled different customizations and stuff like that. So it wasn't just for like personal use. It was also to like see how different things were set up and stuff. I was super curious about that. And then also how they laid out their texture files, just like a bunch of different like technical stuff to do with Live today. I was really interested in how that was all done. And also it was nice to like buy something from Akizone, because I've followed Akizone for a very long time. Kamen Rider, hello, welcome. Sorry, Kamen Rider Kuga, hello. Welcome. But yeah, it's really cool. It is really cool. And I was really surprised at how like easy some things were. Like I was able to just like yoink from my other model and blip into this model. Like the tail, I could just like put the texture on top. It was really easy. The top, like the rib top, I was able to just whip, bring it over. I did have to do like a little bit of correcting so that it would fit. So this top is actually smaller than like the how do I just where it goes skinny. I like cropped the original art so that it would fit how I wanted to this model. So like with Live 2D stuff, you can like go under what's already there, like you can cut away from what's already there, but you can't add to it. If you're working with a model that already exists, you can't add to it unless you have the original file, which obviously people don't give out the original files. It's like there's a lot of technicality to Live 2D. It's hard to explain, but if you like you don't have the file like the where it was constructed, then you can only take away from the original mesh. You can't add to it. So I did chunk out some of the original mesh on parts that I wanted to change. It's a lot of fun though. I really like Live 2D. I really like Live 2. I think I already got a lot better since the old model that I made, because I've been practicing a lot and just like getting more skilled at it, I guess. Because I would like to make a model like a customizable model at some point. So I've been learning and practicing, and I've learned a ton. So I'm hoping that 2.0 Kaki is gonna be a lot better. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a lot better. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a lot better. I'm not rushing it too. I'm not like in a rush to get it like out, you know? Like before I was like, oh, I just gotta get it done so I can have a live 2D. But now I'm like, I got all the time that I want to take on it, so there's no like rush. Yeah. I like how expressive it is. So Live 2D is really cool. I really like Live 2D. Live 2D is a lot of fun. I don't know. There's so much fun things about it. Like, I find the process of Live 2D more fun than 3D at this point in time. That might change. But at this point in time, I think Live 2D process is more fun. It'll be amazing when you're done. Your artwork's always so awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I try. I try. I gotta draw more. I gotta crank out some art more. I'll get there. I'll get there. Okay.
Tadaima.
Tadaima. I'm back. I call out to let them know I'm not a stranger. Then I go down to the basement where they're hiding.
おかえりなさい。車平気だった？
Welcome back. Were you okay with the
も
car?
う全然問題ない。一方通行の標識もどういうのか分かったし、スピードさえ出さなければどこを走っても大丈夫だよ。で、そっちは？
It was no problem. I figured out how to tell which roads are one way. As long as I keep my speed down, there's nothing to worry about. So how are things here?
一通り調べたけど、やっぱりあれからずっと人が来た様子はないみたい。ここは安全だよ。
I took a look around. As I thought, there's no sign that anyone's been here since I found this place. It's safe. そっか。
ならいいんだけど。
I see. Let's hope it stays that way. I'm a little worried that this abandoned place could become a hangout for biker gangs or homeless people.
多分表に積み上げてあるゴミのせい。あれ、
うん
普通の人間にはちょっと耐えられないんじゃないかな。
It's probably because of all the trash piled out front. Most people won't get anywhere near that, don't you think? I guess. It doesn't bother me at all. I rather like it, in fact. But of course, normal people would feel differently.
で、
で
海なりの買い物はいいの見つかった？
So, how was your shopping? Did you find something good?
あ、もちろん。
もちろん. I did. Damn, the axe looks so cool like that. Look at it. It's got like eyeballs on the side of it. Man, that looks sick. I like this. I know it's just like how he's seeing it, but like, that's so cool. Okay. I proudly unwrapped the weapon I just bought from a camping goods store. It's a 1 meter long wood axe, the biggest and sturdiest I could find.
刃渡り15センチ以上のナイフは銃刀法違反だなんて張り紙してあるのに、その隣でこんなもの売ってる
Demon
んだ
axe like in
よ。
Purgatory?
笑い
Yeah!
だよね。
I like how this is right next to a sign saying that long knives are illegal. It seems like you could do way more damage with one of these. I grip the axe with both hands, testing its dependable weight, then swing it like a baseball bat. The deadly steel blade sweeps through the air right where a person's neck would be. Yo, who is sprawled out on the floor, flinches at the sound and curls herself into a ball.
切れ味とかどう？用で試してみたら？
How sharp is it? Want to test it on you?
それはちょっと。
I don't think that's a good idea. I definitely wasn't expecting Saya to suggest anything so brutal.
心配いらないよ。今のような体だったら刃物とかの傷は割と簡単に治っちゃうから。
You don't need to worry. Her new body can heal pretty easily from cuts and such.
それにしたって痛いだろ。
But I'm sure it'll hurt.
そっか。うん、そうだね。
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. It must have slipped her mind completely. She smiles at the oblivious Yo, as if to hide her embarrassment, then says,
でもさ、痛くされた時のようの声って
But her screams are pretty adorable, don't you think?
いや、やっぱり人間に斧で切りかかるってのは気が引けるよ。
Well, I just wouldn't feel right using an axe on a human.
そうなの？じゃあ、コウジさんは？
Really? Then what about Koji?
そりゃだって。
That's easy. Should be obvious, but I guess Saya still doesn't understand.
やつは僕には人間に見えないから、切ろうが潰そうが平気なもんさ。
I don't see him as human. I'll have no trouble cutting him to pieces.
そんなに違うんだ。
That really makes a difference?
そうさ。人間には良心があるからね。
Yeah, humans have a consciousness, you see.
どんなに憎い人間だろうと、人を殺すと思うとブレーキがかかるもんだ。
No matter how much you hate someone, you can't help but think twice about killing them, and that's how I'll win.
本当に？
Ontoni? Saya seems awfully subdued. I guess she's concerned about what will happen if I have it out with
体格じゃ
Koji.
あいつが上だし、普通に喧嘩したんじゃ勝ち目は薄いかもしれないけどね。
He's bigger and stronger, so I might not have much of a chance against him in a straight-up fight.
でも、僕にとっての化け物退治が、あいつにとっては人殺しなんだ。
But what's just slaying a monster to me is murder to him. This is big. He'll definitely hesitate when it counts.
なんだか不安なんだよね。そういう心理戦っていうの確実じゃないっていうか。
I'm a little worried, Saya says softly, staring at the floor with unusual gravity. You can never be sure how someone will react. It's dangerous to rely on that. She raises her head and looks straight at me. Thank you for following.
ねえ、やっぱり私が買った方が良くない？
Don't you think it would be better if I hunt him? Hello, welcome. I appreciate Zaya's consideration. Even though it could be interpreted as a lack of faith in me, she's still putting my safety above hers. Nevertheless, I can't accept her heartful suggestion. I would be like, yeah, sick him. Go, Saya, go get
サヤ
him.
の腕力だとさ、ヨウみたいな女の子なら楽にねじ伏せられるだろうけど、男を相手には厳しいと思うんだ。
With your strength, you might be able to overpower a girl like Yo, but I think it'd be hard for you to take down a guy. The bitter memory of Saya's rape is still fresh in my mind. Saya falls silent for a moment, seeming to understand what I'm thinking, but then comes right back to stubbornly press her case.
でもね、あのおじさんも最初の不意打ちはうまくいったの。
Yeah, but
大抵の人間はね、作用を見たら力が抜けて動けなくなっちゃうんだよ。
he didn't see Saya as like her true form, so I think that also played into it. My first attack went fine though. Most humans go limp as soon as they
病
see
院
me.
だってそうだった。平気で話しかけてきたのって文則だけだよ。
It was the same in the hospital. You were the only one who could talk to me.
まあ、それも一理あるかもな。
I guess you have a point. I can't imagine it personally, but I suppose it's possible that Saya's appearance is shocking enough to make someone lose their nerve. Suzume was able to gain the advantage because he had the same condition as me, which led him to see Saya as a cute girl. Fear doesn't necessarily make people weaker, however, depending on the situation, it can even send someone into a berserk rage and make him harder to put down. In other words, such a tactic would be the same sort of gamble that Saya's worried about.
じゃあさ、サヤ、こういうのはどうだろうか。
Ja, Saya. Alright, Saya, how about this? When I tell Saya the new plan that just popped into my head, her gloomy frown turns into a bright
そ
smile.
れめや。文則って頭いい。
That's perfect. You're so smart, Fuminori.
何もそこまで。
Oh, stop. It's not exactly a great plan, but I guess the fact that it lessens the risk to me is enough to excite her. She's so easy to please, but that's part of what makes her so cute.
で、 いつ頃来るのコウジさん。
So when's Koji
今
coming?
朝あれから電話があってさ、
I got a call
と
from
り
him
あえ
this
ず関係
morning.
ない場所に誘い出してある。少しじらしてやろうと思ってね。
For now, I've sent him on a wild goose chase. I'm thinking I should shake him up a little.
やっぱり暗くなってからがいいよね。
It'd be best to take care of him after dark, don't you
Ah.
think?
頃合いを見計らってここに誘い出して仕留めよう。ここなら誰にも気づかれないからね。
Yeah, when the time is right, I'll lure him here and finish him. We won't have to worry about witnesses here.
せっかく人間一人分の肉が仕入れられるのに、ここだと腐らせちゃうね。
We're finally gonna get a lot more human meat. Too bad it's just going to rot without a
他の
refrigerator.
動物を誘う餌にできないか。野良猫とかカラスをおびき寄せてさ。
Nickel. Why don't we use it to trap other animals? It could be bait for stray cats or crow.
それ危ないよ。
危ないよ。
万が一取り残した時、よそに持っていかれて他人に見つかったら大騒ぎになるよ。
That's too dangerous. If an animal gets away with the meat, someone might find it and wonder where it came from. Soka.
それもそうだ。
Good point. Humans are extremely dangerous, and their filthy, stinking bodies make me sick just by being nearby. Ironically, however, nothing tastes better than their meat. I truly regret having to abandon our well-stocked fridge.
まあ、この辺だと森にもいろいろと住んでるから、そんなに食事には困らないんじゃないかな。
The forest around here is full of animals. I don't think we'll have trouble finding food. Yeah, you can eat the tanuki.
3人分だよ。大丈夫かい？
We have 3 mouths to feed, are you sure?
任せて。それでもさや、狩りは得意なんだから。頑張っていっぱい捕まえてくるよ。
Leave it to me. I may not look it, but I'm a pretty good hunter. I'll be sure to keep us well fed.
じゃあ、今日からはサヤが一家の大黒柱だな。
Okay, looks like you're gonna be the winner of this family.
へへ。
Hehe. Saya giggles happily at my praise. I find these childish qualities of her to be adorable.
今度はどのぐらいのんびりできるかな。
I wonder how long we'll be able to relax this time. Because of the casual way she says it, I almost miss the emptiness to which her question leads.
どのぐらいかな。
Yeah. Nah. Saya is right. This won't last forever. No matter how safe this hideout may seem, we will have to abandon it eventually. The slightest mistake could put our life together in jeopardy. It's just like when I failed to silence Koji. Some dumb kids might decide that this old ruin is a good place to test their courage, or this land might be targeted for new development. In order to be together with Sire, I have to choose to live apart from society. We will never find lasting peace in this world teeming with humans, not unless we can somehow escape from
長
it.
い旅だと思えばいいさ。
Think of it like going on a journey, just the two of us. There'll be no tochu. I pull Sire into my arms and fold my hands around her slender shoulders and
ど
whisper,
うせ人生なんて旅みたいなものなんだ。
Life is like a journey
永
anyway.
遠に変わらない場所なんてない。
Nothing stays the same forever.
時の流れを見送るか、自分自身が流れていくか、それだけの違いだよ。
The only difference is whether time passes you by or sweeps you up in its flow.
そうだよね。
Sodayane. I guess you're right. Saya smiles softly, perhaps in resignation, perhaps in sadness. Either way, there is a peace and contentment in her expression.
それでも一人ぼっちじゃないし。だからさやは寂しくなんかないよ。
But we'll be together, so I'm
そう
not
だよ
lonely.
ね。
You're not lonely either, are you?
あ
Ah. I have no regrets. As long as I can hold Saya in my arms, I will gladly pay any price.
それにね、
And besides, she adds brightly, trying to
い
cheer
つ
me
か
up.
は私たちが人目を忍んで暮らさなくてもよくなる日がきっと来るよ。
One day we
それ
won't
は
have to hide
約
anymore.
束してあげるから。
I can promise you that. It sounds like a fairy tale, but for some reason she seems absolutely certain. Is that Bingy? No, that's not Bingy. I don't know where Bingy is right now.
それは明日かもしれないし、ずっとずっと先のことかもしれない。
That day might be tomorrow, or it might be far off in the
い
future.
つ印が来るのか私にもわからないの。
It's my first time, so I don't even know when the sign will come.
ほんのちょっぴり怖いんだけどね。
I'm a little scared. I have no idea what Saya's prophetic words mean, but this isn't the first time she said or done something mysterious. She's performed any number of miracles already.
僕らにも希望があるのかい？
So there's hope for us too? Yeah, she says with a cheerful nod.
きっとそれがさやが文則に送ってあげられる最後のプレゼント。さやの最初で最後の務め。
It'll be my last present to you, Fuminori. My first and final duty. Presento. Koji has nothing to do but wait. He has spent almost half a day in the dark, empty study, breathing stale air choked with mold as he strains his ears for the slightest hint of movement below. Few people could endure such a vigil, but Koji has accomplished it without complaint. If anything, the suffering is welcome, for it keeps his nerves honed with a razor's edge. Without a doubt, his single-minded focus is the only thing that allows him to push the limits of his stamina. Koji understands this and embraces the pain. His closest friend has shattered his world like glass, and now Koji feels only hate towards the madness that has replaced it, and towards himself for allowing it to happen. Self-loathing is a more reliable source of willpower than any faith or resolve, no matter how noble. When he arrived at the Ogai house, Koji snuck inside carefully, hoping to perhaps take his enemy by surprise. It was only after he got inside that he realized the house was still abandoned. Even so, Koji was sure that Fuminori would arrive earlier than promised in order to set up his ambush. However, the light streaming through the windows turned red, then faded to darkness with no sign of anyone coming. Koji's patience has grown weaker and weaker by the moment. And now, the appointed time has arrived. Just as Koji's frustration is about to peak, his phone begins to vibrate and flash. It's from Fuminori. He's calling rather than showing up himself. Rage threatens to overwhelm him for an instant, but for an instant, Koji manages to keep his voice calm as he
どう
answers.
いうつもりだ、文則。
What's going on here, Fuminori?
まさか待ち伏せなんていう無駄なことをして神経すり減らしてないか？お前のことが心配になってさ。
Well, I was worried you might be wasting energy on something silly like planning an ambush, Fuminori says, chuckling scornfully.
遅くなったが、そろそろ本当の待ち合わせ場所を教えておかなくちゃと思ってさ。
It's kind of
間
late,
に合ったかい？
but I guess I should tell you the real meeting place before you lose your mind. Did you make it in time?
ふざけた真似を。
Son of a bitch.
まあ怒るなよ。当然の用心だろ。
Come on, don't get mad. I'm just being careful, alright? Fuminori laughs with unrestrained malevolence, as though to emphasize that he's seen through Koji's
お
plans.
前が大貝教授の家まで来てるんなら、そこからほんの少し先。歩いて行ける距離の場所だよ。
Assuming you're at Dr. Ogai's place, there's a place near at Dr. Ogai's house. There's a place nearby within walking distance. Yo and I are there.
まずは車に戻ってカーナビを見ろ。
I'll give you the address. You should be able to find it off your car's
今度こ
GPS.
そ信用できるっていう保証は。
You have proof this isn't another trick?
疑わしければ来なくていい。尻尾を巻いて逃げるがいいさ。
If you're that paranoid, you don't have to come. Just turn tail and run. Fuminori hangs up immediately after speaking his challenge. Koji leaps out of his chair and kicks it across the room, unable to find any other outlet for his rage. He has no choice but to do what Fuminori says. His stamina is already exhausted. Only his obsession is keeping him going. If he allows himself even a moment's rest, he fears that he'll never again find the strength to face this madness. Tonight is his only chance to kill Fuminori. Koji knows this, of course, that his enemy is planning to ambush him. Fuminori isn't going to fight fair, but then neither is Koji. With the unsteady stride of a man half asleep, Koji leaves the Ogai house and heads for his car. Only the base of these foothills have been developed for housing. The address Fuminori gave Koji is outside of that area in the thick forest that still covers the mountain's face. His car's GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. It's definitely a place that no one could find, not even by accident. Maybe this next stop will really be the last. Koji drives up the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind. Even though the hands of progress are right at its doorstep, the undeveloped forest is darker than he expected. This looks like a great place to live in secret, or to kill someone and hide the body. Places like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in deep jungles and hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. A broken down gate post suddenly appears in Koji's headlights, like a ghost rising from the darkness. It looks like this is the final stop. He rolls up the gate and turns off the engine, giving himself to the silence of the forest. His phone starts ringing almost immediately. He doesn't need to check from who it's from.
着いたぞ。
I'm here.
聞こえてた。ようこそ我が新居。
Yokoso. Yeah, I heard you. Welcome to my new home. Fuminori is nearby, close enough to hear the sound of the engine. A shiver of excitement shoots up Koji's spine.
中に入ってこいよ。ようも待ってる。
Come inside. Yo's waiting. Fuminori hangs up without another word. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking that the revolver is still in his pocket, Koji opens the door and gets out of the car. Mountains of trash litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. Koji sees everything from a small refrigerator and mopeds to huge chunks of concrete and plaster that must have been abandoned by construction workers. The fact that they could get away with leaving all this stuff behind shows how remote this place is. The moon is brighter than usual, allowing Koji to walk through the front yard without tripping on debris. Staying alert, he heads for the building beyond the mountains of trash. Something must be buried underneath piles of garbage. Garbage? Because the whole yard is filled with the sharp stink of chemicals. Even the homeless people probably wouldn't come to this place. If you need to get out of the wind and rain, there are plenty of shelters more suitable. How many times now has he stood like this, alone in some ominously silent place far removed from everyday life? Sneaking into the deathly quiet house to find traces of unimaginable happenings has become as normal as going to class. The houses that he explored before were like freshly shed cicada shells, empty and dilapidated, but with traces of life they had sheltered. This place, however, is different. A perfect ruin, its walls and pillars rising from the dark forest like an army of ghosts, with no sign at all that people once lived and worked here. The structure resembles a skeleton more than a shell. Time and the elements have stripped it of its former shape, and now there is only death. Koji has gone as far as he can. This must be the final stop. What will Fuminori's next move be? He must be planning to kill Koji, but how? Just as he's about to turn on his flashlight, Koji reconsiders. If he wanders around with the light on, he'll be broadcasting his exact location. That'll give the advantage to Fuminori, who's probably— Hi, Binky! Who's probably lying in wait for him right now. You wanna come up on that? Come on. Why are you snoozing? You haven't been nappies. Oh, okay. He jumped up right as I put my hand down and like smacked his head into my hand. Yeah, the streamer assistant has arrived, hasn't he? Oh, you're such a cute man. Let me put the blankie over you. You're warm? Where were you sleeping? Where were you sleeping? You were warm. Would you want a snack? Oh, let me get my feet. Get my wire from under you. There we go. He probably thinks it's breakfast time. I don't know, maybe he's being wholesome and just coming over for cuddles. He's purring a lot. Okay, he holds the light before him in his left hand with his finger poised on the switch, and in his right hand he raises the revolver, keeping it pointed in the same direction. Now ready to fire, when he turns on the light, Koji steps quietly into the dark ruin. It takes a while for his eyes to adjust, but even when they do, he has only the moonlight streaming through empty windows to guide him. Everything appears grey and indistinct. However, Fuminori has to deal with the same conditions if he's hiding here. Nuh-uh. This is a battle of nerves, exhausting and deadly, where the first to make a sound, and give away his position will lose. The rooms on both sides of the hallway are all open. Some are even missing doors. Koji... What are you doing, Bingies? Koji creeps up to each entrance, checks to make sure no one is inside, then carefully proceeds on. What you doing? Oh, you're searching and yawning and stinky breath. The stink that he noticed in the garden has changed. Now it smells more organic, like rotting flesh. It's the same exact smell that filled Fuminori's house. Squish. Koji freezes and stares down the hall. It was a wet sound that he heard just now, like someone dragging their feet through a swamp. I know what's about to happen. And it came from the room at the end of the hall. Something is there, something alive. Koji creeps towards the sound. Yeah, it's sad. Koji creeps towards the sound, his light and gun ready. Squish, squish. Now it sounds like someone squeezing the mud through their fingers. As he gets closer, Koji begins to hear breathing. Could it be Fuminori? No, that's impossible. He should be waiting for a chance to ambush Koji, not making careless noises. As he proceeds, the strange sound coming down the cracks in the concrete walls grow clearer. Oh. Before he knows it, he's standing on the threshold. With a thick viscous darkness, just like every other room that he's passed. There is more than just darkness, however. Something is there. He can hear pained breathing like that of a wounded animal, and what sounds like sobbing. Sobbing? Dareda. Who's there? Koji whispers into the darkness. Now that he's given away his position, he might as well turn on his light. For some reason, however, Koji feels... Let me just move that a little bit so a stream assistant has more room. There we go. For some reason, however, Koji feels that to do so would have disastrous consequences. The last time I heard her voice on the phone, she was sobbing. The wheezing suddenly stops. And then... Koji-kun! A A whisper comes from the darkness, though not a human voice. Not by any measure. It speaks some blasphemous semblance of human words. A nightmarish flash of insight connects the dots in Koji's mind. Tsukuba? It can't be. Yo doesn't sound like this. She doesn't smell like this. Please, Koji, kill me. But if it's not Yo, then how does it know his name? Why is it begging him for help? No, it can't be Yo. She's human, not some creature that slithered and hides in the shadow. It hurts. This body always hurts. Save me, Koji. The thing wriggles closer. His reason cries out, imploring him to switch the light on before it's too late, or to turn and run if he cannot. But Koji is unable to make either choice. He can only call out in vain to the amorphous shape in the darkness. Is it you, Tsukuba? Is it really you? Let me die. No more. Please, kill me. Something soft and slimy slides over Koji's toes. Instinct overrides his will, forcing him to turn on his light and shine it at his feet. The white beam reveals everything. The merciless truth that finally shatters Koji's sanity. Terror wipes his mind, all of but two words, gun and trigger. His fingers respond with instant obedience. There is an explosion of light and sound, both more intense than he anticipated, and the destructive forces that are swallowed up by the darkness. His ears are still ringing from the bang, but he hears a weak voice coming from the shadows. It hurts. Koji screams and pulls the trigger again and again, certain that salvation can only come from the barrel of his gun. Light and darkness, explosions and silence. They dance before him 3 more times. Koji doesn't even need to aim. The horrible creature is right at his feet, too close to miss. Ryuko warned him how many bullets are left in the gun, but that information has already been driven from his mind. Even after the cold, heavy gloom wraps itself around him once more, Koji keeps pulling the trigger like a man possessed, paying no heed to the clicking of the empty weapon. His panic-stricken legs suddenly give out, sending him down hard on his backside. Even then, he keeps firing the empty gun. He knows no other way to erase the memory of the thing he glimpsed in the beam of his flashlight. Oh, he sneezed. Hi Ray, welcome back. The light which fell from his hand during the attack is now pointing in a different direction. And though all 4 bullets must have hit their target, they were Koji's last card to play. Yeah, he just unloaded everything into her. Which leaves him alone in the darkness, with no way to defend himself. And just as he realizes this, a mass of rotting flesh rolls over him like a tidal wave. He can no longer even scream as the thing pushes him onto his back. With fear seizing his throat in an iron grip, Koji struggles desperately against the monster as it crawls up his body towards his face. Covering his face with his left hand, he scrambles wildly along the floor, with his right searching for a way that doesn't exist. His mind is that of a feral animal, empty of everything but primal terror. And that is why, when his right hand closes around something hard at the last moment, he recognizes it instinctively as a weapon. Putting every ounce of strength into his arm, Koji swings the heavy object at the creature on top of him. He hears the thud of a blunt object striking something soft and wet, and then Koji's attacker rolls off of him. As soon as he's able to move again, Koji leaps to his feet and grabs his new weapon, with both hands, brandishing it like a charm to ward off evil. Only now does he realize he's holding a rusty steel pipe. The monster is still sobbing. With a cry that is part scream, part roar, Koji raises the steel pipe and brings it crashing down. Hi, Bingy. Brings it crashing down on the cowering creature. He hears a wet sound and feels the blood-chilling sensation of its thick, soft flesh absorbing the blow. These combine to evoke an instinct loathing that wipes his mind of all but the urge to destroy. Die, die! Consumed by the same desperation with which he kept firing the empty gun, Koji rains blow after blow down on his enemy. After the 10th blow, it stops sobbing. After the 12th blow, it stops moving. And after the 13th blow, it begins to feel more and sound more and more like he's beating a puddle of viscous liquid. Koji doesn't stop thrashing the creature until he recovers enough of his senses to realize that whatever he might have been before, it is now nothing but a corpse. The pipe in his hand, covered with the unidentifiable fluids and filth, suddenly feel unbearably heavy. 20 years of memories in the light of the sun. If they were indeed precious to him, then he should never have come to this place. The black flames of despair rise within him, consuming fear and revulsion and pity. Only rage and hate remain. Okay, hold on. Stream assistant is on the move. Here you go. Okay. Every cell in his body cries out for vengeance, for the blood of the man who poisoned him with truth. Oi! For the blood of the man who poisoned him with truth and tore him from the womb of innocence. And then Koji, slave to hate, hears the sound of someone sneaking up behind him. Koji whirls, swinging his pipe with all the force he can muster. His enemy hastily leaps back to avoid the strike. Surprised by his failure to catch Koji off guard, twisted shadows dance in the beam of light on the floor. Readying his pipe for the next blow, Koji faces off against his second attacker. Thank you for following. Sakisaka. Fuminori. Fuminori. Before this moment, Koji could never have imagined that he would ever speak his friend's name with such hatred.
おいおい。
Oi, oi.
今の一振り、まるっきり手加減抜きかよ。
Hey, that was a pretty heavy swing just now. You trying to kill me or something? Even now, Fuminori is smiling, as though the huge axe in his hand is just a sick joke.
参ったな。正直なところ、
Hi.
お前はもう少し迷うんだと思ってたんだけど。
Hi, you. Oh. Bingy airlift. Oops. Hello. Damn, Koji, I thought you would hesitate. You can hear brushing noises. I got the bingy.
迷うだと俺
You
が
thought I'd hesitate against you? Koji sneers too, unable to contain his contempt for the notion.
貴様近江をどうした筑波に一体何をしたそれを考えてもまだ俺が貴様を殺すのに迷うだと
How did you kill Omi, you piece of shit? What did you do to Tsukuba? And after all this, you expect me to think twice about killing him?
そいつは言いがかりのつけ方が逆だろ、コウジ。
That's my line, Koji. Fuminori growls, looking sadly at the pile of dead flesh at Koji's feet.
工事の分際で僕の世をひどい目に遭わせやがって。世の10倍は痛めつけてから殺してやる。
How could you do such a horrible thing to you? I'll make sure you suffer before I kill you. Oops. The blade of Fuminori's axe carves a murderous arc through the darkness, glittering menacingly in the faint light coming through the door. Koji raises his pipe to block the ferocious swing. The heavy impact numbs his arm, but the large frame takes a blow without giving any ground. Whoops, let me just adjust. Okay. Ay. Bingy attention. Fuminori presses the attack, delivering a second blow. A third. What are you doing, Bingy? Listen to this. You hear him? He's like purring really loudly. Okay. Fuminori presses the attack, delivering a second blow and a third. His axe, designed for chopping down trees, is deadlier and more durable than a piece of pipe Koji found discarded on the floor. Each strike Koji blocks sends chunks of rust flying into a makeshift weapon. Oh, you can't hear it? Let me see if I... Oh. I went forward and he decided to stop. Okay. No purpose. No Mr. Purpose right now. He can't win as long as he's on the defensive. He needs to create an opportunity to attack.
Come on!
Busted! Koji blocks a crushing downward swing, then pushes his back hard before Fuminori can pull away, throwing him off balance. Fuminori stumbles backwards and plants his feet to steady himself. Taking advantage of his opponent's temporary immobility, Koji delivers a punishing low kick to Fuminori's outer thigh. Ugh. Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly. Fuminori grunt. Oh, okay, you're on the go again. Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly to prevent Koji from following up with another attack. Koji, however, does not press his advantage. He just stands where he is, calmly spearing Fuminori with his stare. Omae. You've never been in a fight, have you? Fuminori roars and comes in for another attack, but the damage to his right leg seems to be slowing his swing. Easily blocking the axe with his pipe, Koji waits for Fuminori to exhaust himself. Die! Die! Fuminori delivers blow after heavy blow, howling savagely all the while. What he does not realize, however, is that the situation now favors composure, not brute force. Omae wa mou shinderu. Omae wa mou. Bingy, you can eat soon, okay? Yeah. Eat soon. He has begun. Yeah, we go eat soon. Yeah. When Fuminori raises his axe high yet for another attack, Koji sees that his movement has grown. No, Bingy, what did you press? I don't know what he pressed. Okay, there we go, it's back. Close, 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 close. No close, no close. Okay. Thank you. Koji sees that his movements have grown dull. Seizing the opportunity, Koji charges into Fuminori's range and grabs the haft of the shaft. Wait, the haft of the axe with his left hand. Why did I say haft of the shaft? Yeah. As Fuminori recoils in fear, Koji swings his pipe hard into his enemy's unprotected side. Okay, you're getting the boot. There we go. He feels the crunch of his ribs breaking. Gah! The pain drives Fuminori to his knees. Staring down at Fuminori's defenseless head, Koji is surprised by his own lack of emotion, raises his pipe high to deliver the finishing blow, which is when something wraps itself around his left ankle. Gah! The instant Koji panics at the unexpected sensation, something soft yet strong winds itself around his right leg and drags him to the floor before he can resist. He twists his body and tries to swing the pipe at the unseen enemy behind him, but his right hand too is seized by the same flexible force. He wasn't able to feel it through his pants, but now his blood turns ice cold at the slimy sensation of the thing wrapped around his uncovered wrist. That monster's still alive?
Saya.
That's it, Saya, Fuminori says encouragingly, while kneeling on the floor, his face twisted in pain. He manages a terrible, victorious grin. Saya. This monster is Saya. Koji struggles desperately to free his limbs from the creature's slimy grip, but more tentacles swarm over his body, stealing his freedom of movement. The horror has already driven Koji half mad. Just imagining the creature's appearance is enough to send him into a mindless panic. His scream is suddenly cut off as the slimy appendage seizes his throat. This most deadly tentacle isn't just cutting off his windpipe, it's trying to snap his neck, and it's getting tighter. My mind is hazy from the pain as I watch Saya feast. My mind is hazy from the pain. I watch as Saya feasts upon her slain prey. We've won. It was hard, and I wasn't able to do it alone, but together we have defeated our enemy. The price is steep. What are you doing? Why are you pulling blankie off me? At least 2 of my ribs were broken, sending a sharp pain shooting through my chest every time I breathe. And then there's y'all. I didn't expect her to fall to Koji so easily. I suppose that unlike Saya, she might have been unfamiliar with how to use her new body in combat. My blanket keeps getting pulled off of me. Are you coming up? Are you coming up, or are you just being a menace? My injury must have fueled Saya's anger. Her slaughter of Koji was merciless and complete. As soon as her prey stopped moving, she sank her teeth into his vital organs and ruthlessly extinguished the last embers of life. Through her brutal, grisly actions... Though her beautiful... Oh my god, stop! No claws. Though her brutal, grisly actions were unbecoming of her girlish appearance, Saya's face, covered in blood and gore, was that of a victorious queen of beasts, lording over her defeated foe. There was something noble and sacred about her primal ferocity that made me reluctant to disturb her. I don't know how long I've been sitting here watch Saya feast. Oh my goodness, don't fall. There we go. I've nearly fainted from the pain several times. To be honest, I'm not used to violence. He's got such a stupid expression on his face right now. The wounds I suffered in the car accident were worse, of course, but these broken ribs are the most severe injury that's ever been deliberately inflicted upon me. You'd think Saya could show a little more concern for my condition. Koji is already as dead as can be, but so there's no reason for her to be so greedy. I suddenly realize that Saya has stopped eating. Now she's lying on her back, rolling from side to side. Has she eaten too much? It's been several days since I've had fresh, unfrozen meat, so I understand where her enthusiasm is coming from. But still, I'm wounded here. Could she give me a hand? Because I'm preoccupied with my own selfish wants, I'm slow to realize that something is wrong. Saya isn't resting. She's trembling in agony. My blood goes cold, and the pain from my broken ribs is suddenly forgotten. Saya! I jump up and run to her side. I cradle her fallen body in my arms. Her face is pale, drenched in sweat, and her half-closed eyelids and lips are shivering. She has a fever. What's going on? Was she wounded in the fight? Could the meat she just ate have been poisoned somehow? I don't understand. All I know is that something terrible is happening.
Saya!
Saya! Saya! The only thing I can do is call her name with all of my strength. Saya slowly opens her eyes and gazes vacantly into my face.
みのり、ごめん。大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。
Sorry, Fuminori. I'm fine, really.
ちょっと。
It just hurts a
痛いだ
little.
け。
What's wrong? What is it? Come on, Saya.
しっかりしろ
There's no way she's fine. It's glaringly obvious that her condition is dire. Even so, I'm the only one who's panicking. Saya's expression is serene, as though she understands everything that is happening to her. She even smiles softly up at
びっ
me.
くりしちゃった。まさか本当にこんなに早く時が来るなんて。
I can't believe it. I never thought it would come so soon. I might lose Saya. The thought is unbearable. Terror and despair are quickly overwhelming me. A feeling of utter helplessness that I cannot resist.
怖がらないで。昼間言ったよね。
Don't be afraid. Remember what I said? This is it.
印
The sign.
みのりと
This is our only hope.
どういうことだよわけわかんないよさやしっかりしてくれよ
What are you talking about, Saya? I don't understand. Stay with me, Saya. Saya answers my tearful entreaty with a smile like that of a mother comforting her
さや
child.
はね頑張るって決めたの。
I did it. I decided to do my best.
みのりはさやのこと可愛いって。
After all, you said you loved
綺
me.
麗だって。
You said I was
や
pretty.
めようよさや
Stop this. Whatever is happening, I can't just sit by and watch it as it causes Saya such agony.
もういい無茶しないでくれ何をするつもりか知らないがサイが苦しむ姿なんて見たくない
Please, whatever you're trying to do, I don't want to see you suffer.
みのり分かってよ。
Don't be like that, Saya chides me. Please understand. In a soft voice, she reveals her secret. They're going to be born, our children.
みのりの子供たちが。
For a moment, my mind goes completely blank.
そ
What? But when did
私
you...
もねびっくり。ねえふみのり
I'm surprised too. Fuminori? Saya's labored breathing speaks to the terrible pain her tiny body is suffering. Even so, she wraps her arms slightly around my
外
neck.
に連れてって
Take me outside.
広いところ空の下に
To an open place under the sky. I nod. What else can I do? If I speak, I'm afraid that I'll be unable to hold back my tears. I mustn't cry. Not when Saya is facing her torment so bravely. It feels like Saya is burning up in my arms, and I fear that the terrible convulsions that shoot through her at intervals will tear her frail body to pieces. Praying for her safety, I scoop Saya up and carry her swiftly out of the ruined building. Maybe the cold night air will soothe her fever, but that hope is futile. Cruelly dashed as her breathing grows shallow and her moans through bluish lips. Saya, we're outside. In response to my call, she opens her eyes once more. Her gaze is cloudy and unfocused. She can no longer see. Nevertheless, Saya looks at me. I can tell that she is imagining my expression where my face should be.
約束したこれが
Just as I promised. 最後のプレゼント. This is my final present. I know.
喜んでくれるといいな
I hope you like it.
嬉しいよ。
Of course I will. もちろん. It takes every ounce of my willpower, but I manage to make my voice light and cheerful. Inside his mind's eye, I know that I am smiling. She won't have to see my face streaked with tears.
のり私を愛してくれたあなたに
Fuminori, to you who loved me,
この星を
I give
あげます
this planet. No, Bingy, this is not the moment. Saya's whisper is weak and pained. But there is an ecstasy in her voice, ecstasy and joy. Her back suddenly shifts and bulges outwards.
世界はきっと綺麗な場所に
This world will be beautiful, she whispers. An exhalation.
さやと
A world just for
みのり
us.
のためだけの世界に
And then Saya blooms. How else can I describe it? Flower petals, long and wide, spread from her back like wings of a newly formed butterfly. The brilliant glow comes from the countless tiny scales that cover each petal like particles of light.
さよならなのか。
Is this goodbye? I ask her, careful to keep the sorrow out of my voice.
う
No,
ん違う
not goodbye.
これは始まり
This is the beginning. Saya's pain must have already left her, for her expression is infinitely peaceful and content.
私と文のりの世界の始まり
The beginning of our world. The radiant motes rise in the wind, painting rivers of light in the frozen winter sky. It's beautiful, overwhelmingly painfully beautiful. Victoriously of their freedom, the shining seeds of life are released into the vast and fertile land. Their song heralds the coming of a new world and the destruction of the old. It is a boundless healing. It is an eternal blessing. We shall fill the new world with our joy.
ずっと一緒だね。
Now we'll be together forever, won't we? Embracing Saya's pitifully shrunken body, I gaze into the shining sky and let my tears flow freely. Thank you. Thank you for this final gift, Saya. She was worried at first how long the preserved foods in the underground storeroom would last her, but now it seems that her fears were unfounded. It's the liquor she should have worried about. By savoring each drop of that vodka, as though it was her last, I'm gonna hiccup. She thought that she could make her flask hold out a little bit longer, but she must have been consuming more each day than she realized. Who can blame her? There is no way she could have gotten through this without the intoxicating effect of distilled alcohol. After Ryoko chased useless emotions like hope and despair from her mind, she found herself spending the most peaceful days of her life, As resignation set in, even hate and fear left her. Now she feels only awe for what Ogai Masahiko must have did, and respect for the depth of his intellectual curiosity. After all, neither she nor this world has any reason left to deny his research. Alone in the mountain cabin, Ryoko killed time by bringing order to the documents that Ogai had left behind. She took the scattered and ciphered papers and rewrote them in a more readable fashion, eliminating redundancies and adding indexes and tables of contents. Ryoko did not intend for anyone to read them. Of course, she knew full well how meaningless her actions were. With her reason to live gone, however, having something to devote her mind was at least some relief. And now, in the last congratulatory drops of vodka burned their way down Yoko's throat. All of Ogai's research lies before her in a single volume. She has finally finished transcribing and annotating the last of his writings. Enjoying the satisfaction of a pointless job well done, she idly pages through the manuscript that she just completed. I shall conclude by summarizing my theory as it currently stands. The life form that I named Saya did not appear in our universe by chance, nor even as a result of my summoning, but because of the instincts that were programmed directly into her biology. She was created to fulfill the ultimate purpose that all life shares: reproduction. Saya and her kind procreate by spreading their seed to other dimensions. What is the probability that they will discover a doorway to another world? Even if they succeed in doing so, the chance of that world being suitable for reproduction must be even more minute. In order to make the most of that scant probability, evolution has granted them a certain advantage, none other than the astonishing ability that I have witnessed in Saya. To wit, they select the most prosperous life form they encounter, take control of it, and in doing so gain dominance over that planet's biosphere. In other words, they hijack the entire species. They do this by analyzing their target's genome, then overriding its genetic code to make it its own image. Saya's biology is more than capable of inducing such dramatic and widespread mutation. Bingy. There is significant probability that the target species will have evolved into intelligent life form. This element may be necessary to gaining control of the planet's environment. Therefore, Saya and her sisters also plunder their target's culture and psychology. Her extraordinary learning ability and intellectual curiosity are likely instinctive tools that enable her to inherit the target species' entire wealth of knowledge. In fact, it may be that Saya's kind has always had its sights set on intelligent life. Perhaps they wait patiently for some foolish extra-dimensional species to gain knowledge in other worlds and attempt to set aside its curiosity. and in attempts to hold on, let me adjust. I got Bingy. Now he's purring. There we go. Purring, 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 purring. Purring, purring, purring. Make contact with the outer universe in which they dwell, rather than send Saya and her kin on their dimensional journeys with only luck and their own strength to depend on. Would not waiting for such contact greatly increase the chance of finding a world-worthy conquest? He's getting really annoyed that I'm not feeding him. But he can eat soon. Just as I, having acquired the silver key, fancied myself an explorer of the unknown, how many intelligent life forms on other worlds have thoughtlessly congratulated themselves for discovering Saya's sisters. Taken by the sudden urge to go outside for a change, Yoko gathers up the manuscripts and heads to the car. It's okay. Like, I'm holding you. Are you comfortable? But now you're pulling the earbuds out of my ears and I can't. Okay, there we go. Oh, you're standing on the cable. Okay, good enough. Okay. Miyoko gathers up the manuscript and heads to her car, which is parked in the front yard. She has completed her self-imposed final duty. There is no longer any reason for her to remain holed up in the mountain cabin. She drives a little further up the mountain to an open place that offers a scenic view of the land below. In the early days of change, Ryoko often came to this spot to watch helplessly over the mutating city. The one flaw in my theory comes from none other than Saya herself. After using me to learn everything she could about humanity, Saya could have finally been prepared to begin the last stage of her invasion. However, she never carried out her mission. Why? I hypothesized that Saya was an irregular among her kind. It is said that the human race intelligence has allowed us to conquer our natural instincts. Perhaps in absorbing the human psyche, Saya accidentally inherited the disease that infects our entire species. What is human love, really? What behavior could be more of a hindrance to the efficient propagation of a species? I am reminded of how, at the end of her studies, Saya consumed vast quantities of romantic literature from all over the world. She tried to understand romance as an integral part of the human reproduction process. As a result, she might have unwittingly neutered her own unparalleled reproductive abilities. After all, she had not known love. She had come to this world to rule it in our place. She had studied humanity to fulfill that purpose, but ultimately she could not share love with a human. Without love's blessing, Saya was unable to find passion to fill this world with her kind. In learning all there was to know about humanity, she herself had become hopelessly human. Weary of loneliness, she despaired of the world. How pure her maiden soul must have been. If this hypothesis is correct, then it means that I have failed as her teacher. I cannot help but feel ashamed for having spoiled such an extraordinary organism. Saya. Next to Ogai Masahiko. Ryoko now knows more about that entity than anyone else. No, when the young man named Sakisaka Fuminori is added to the running, perhaps she only comes in third. In the end, she never encountered the creature face to face. She would have liked to have met it once, though. If Ogai's analysis of Saya's psychology is correct, then it must be Sakisaka who restored her desire to conquer the world. Perhaps as Sakisaka's chief physician, Ryoko played some role in bringing that lonely young man and Saya together, in which case she should have at least had the right to attend their wedding to end all weddings. She might have even charged them a matchmaker's fee. I have a dream that one day my daughter will know the blessing of love. I pray that there will come a day when her heart burns with the flames of passion and her world becomes bright and joyous once more. When that day comes, Saya, your terrible, irresistible purpose will surely consume us, and your progeny may flourish. The whole world will know your love and be reborn. That was the stream assistant. What wonders the future holds. I deeply regret that I must end my life before I can see that day come, but the footsteps of those who would destroy my dream grow closer by the hour. If I seal my lips in death, then their grasping hands will not reach you. Please forgive me, my daughter, for leaving you alone in this barren world. With the knowledge that you possess, I know that you will find your own path. The radiance of your hard-won soul shall light the road ahead. Have no fear, have no doubt. March onward until you reach your answer at last. and I, Saya, will dream forever of the world that you will create. Perhaps it is the isolated environment or the mountain air. Maybe she's just more resistant to the change. Whatever the case, Ryuko has not yet become inhuman as the creatures wriggling down through the city. She does not know how exactly many people on this planet could still be called human, but she's one of what must be only a handful of survivors who are left to watch over the end of mankind. Of course, it's only a matter of time before she changes too. It has been 3 days since she chopped off her right hand, which had ceased to function as anything resembling a human hand. But the itching that has spread across her entire back grows more intolerable by the hour. She could look in a mirror to see what she is becoming, but she doubts that it would make her happy. Ryoko thinks that maybe it would be best to just go to sleep here with the world spread out before her. When she awakens, perhaps she will be ready to descend the mountain and join the city's revelries. Or maybe she won't even need such resolve anymore. Whatever the case, Ryoko thinks dreamily as she licks the very last drop from her flask. Even after I stop being human, I hope I'll still enjoy the taste of booze. Now we get the ending song. I think. Do I have to click again? There we go. Pachi 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 pachi. Play it, play it. There he is. I can't clap. I got bingy. Hold on, I'll clap with the bingy. There we go. No, you don't need to step on a keyboard. You don't need to step on keyboard. We finished it! We finished it! Yay! Well done reading the whole end. Thank you! I love Saya no Uta so much. I'm very happy I got to share it on stream with Digicons. Before I continue my thoughts... let me go feed the stream assistant, because he is going nuts. You're really cute. I will get you foodies. Will you try to get all the endings? I've played all the endings before, so we were just going for the true ending for this playthrough. I'll just quickly go feed the stream assistant, but I'll let this play while I be right back. Oi! Oh yeah, I'm back. Ushered in Halloween with true ending and Saya no Uta. Yeah, what a good way to wrap up Halloween. 'Cause, first of November. 1st of November here. So Halloween ended with Saya. Welcome whack. Well, welcome whack. First same, yeah. Hi Ralph. Hi Ralph, welcome back. Okay. Now we can finally talk about can talk about Saya. We can talk about Saya. I'm gonna... I would say Saya is very, very near and dear to me. One of my absolute favorite stories. I really, really love Saya no Uta. And all its horrificness. In all of its horrificness. I mean, it is pretty much like a horrific story from start to finish, right? Like everything is just terrible, and there is no resolve, like in the wholesomeness. Even in the true love that like the utter devotion that is forged between Saya and Fuminori, it is still like it's like the romance between a madman and a young creature who doesn't know any better. You know, like everything is just so awful, and it's so good. It's so good. Like first time reading it, it took me 3 days to get back to it. The first time I read it, I think I just like did it in one sweep. Like I read it from start to finish in one sweep, and then I sat with it and just like had to take it in what I just read. I had to take in what I just read. Since we didn't play the other endings, we can just do like a quick explanation that basically, the first option that you get to make a decision in this game is to commit yourself to Saya or to return to life before Saya. Saya has the ability to help the main character overcome his disorder, which only allows him to see the world as gore and everything smells like rotten flesh, and he's basically living in hell, right? But the only thing he can see clearly is Saya. The only thing that looks normal to him is Saya. And Saya obviously cares about Fuminori, you know? Like, she obviously cares about Fuminori. And it makes me wonder if Saya fell in love with someone who is a better person than Fuminori, would she become... You know, you start to see like more of a sinister streak about her as the story goes on. Why did he get locked away? Initially he was in a car crash with his family, and his two parents died. And they did a life-saving surgery on him with technology that was still in early development. And the surgery was performed by Dr. Ogai, which is like, you know, which is implied that Ogai performed this like surgery on him. And after he woke up from his surgery, he was blind and he took a while to regain his sight. And once he regained his sight, he only saw the world as gore and like disgusting like innards and things like that. And once he regained his sight, he started to lose the sense of his smell. Things stopped smelling normal and they started smelling like rotting flesh. And he was obviously quite disturbed at what he woke up to. So he was hospitalized for a while, and then he realized that he's not going to be getting any better. And he has to lie to and pretend that everything's okay to get out of hospital, right? So he does that and he returns to his daily life. He doesn't see humans as humans anymore. He sees them as these disgusting creatures that are like leaking pus and leaving like slime wherever they go, and it's just a awful existence, really. But then he meets Saya, who looks like a normal girl to him. And not only does she look like a normal girl, she also looks like a very pretty girl. Oh, I got a bingy on my shoulder. And they develop a relationship together because Saya has nowhere to stay. And he wants to keep her around because it's like the only thing that looks normal in this existence. So Saya goes and lives with him and they develop into a relationship, right? And because Saya cares about him, Mingy a leg. Because Saya cares about him, she tries to research how she can help him. And she thinks like, well, a way I can help him is I can help him be a normal human again. So she gives him the option. Like once she works out that she can do this, she can make him a normal human again. She gives him the offer to. And if you take that offer, then you split ways with Saya. And if you don't take that offer, then you basically commit Fuminori to slowly descend into complete madness, right? Like he slowly goes hand in hand with Saya into a point of no return. Because of his like illness, he also can't taste food normally. Everything tastes like it's rotted, it tastes disgusting, it makes him want to vomit. Until finally he tastes human flesh, which is what Saya eats to survive. Saya doesn't just eat humans, she also eats like animals, you know, she eats meat. She survives on meat. But she's not fussy about where that meat comes from. She ends up killing someone who enters their home and eating them, and Fuminori, not realizing that it's a human because he can't see the world as it is, decides to join Saya and eats the human with her, and then they, you know, that's like step one in their descent, where they're both consuming humans together. And then like the second major choice, right, is from Koji's perspective, who was Fuminori's friend before the accident, and he's still been still tried to be his friend after the accident too. You can decide to call Fuminori first, or you can decide to call the doctor, who will come back you up when you go to do the final standoff with Fuminori. They follow the Goldbeck Road, yeah, they do. And I mean, like, Koji is such a good guy, you know? Like, Koji is such a good guy. He's been a friend to Fuminori. He gave him ample, like, room, believing that he would do better, believing that he was a better person. He wanted to help him. He cared about him. he hit Saya. He didn't see Saya as we see Saya though, and I don't know what like. Yo didn't deserve what happened to her. She's just like a 19 to 20-year-old who has a crush on this guy. And then, you know, that happens to her. Omi didn't deserve what happened to her. Omi was simply standing up for her best friend who she believed was done wrong by. To be honest though, like, Saya didn't deserve a lot of the things that happened to her too. Like, you know, she didn't pick the best person to fall in love with. She didn't pick the best person to fall in love with, because when you learn more about Saya, she was a lot less devious in the beginning. You know, she was a lot more sweet and it's not like innocent. I guess naive. There was a naivety about her, but you do see this like the real sinisterly human side to her when Yo comes into the picture, you know? And like she's more willing to do terrible things, I guess. Maybe she should never become me. I mean, like, obviously I love Sarah. It's just like everyone's got such an awful. There's no no one gets it good. No one gets it good. I can fix Saya. Saya already fixed the world. It's okay. We don't need to fix Saya. We need Saya to fix us. But gosh, on the flip side of things, the like true love that Fuminori, like the deep love he had for Saya, right? Where he wasn't just willing to throw everything away for her. He ran to throw everything away for her. Like, you know, he wasn't just like, yeah, I can do this for her. He was like, no, it is my existing reason to do this. He knew every step of the way that he was going down a path that could not be undone, and he cared for Saya so much that he was happy to do it, you know, like, and you can see through the story, like, his psyche is like slowly becoming more and more deranged, where it gets to the point where it's like the only thing he wants is just for him and Saya to be able to live together peacefully, you know? And it's like, as the reader who sees this, as the reader who sees Fuminori's perspective, it's like, you want that for them too, you know? You want them to have their happily ever after. But their happily ever after also involves horrendous things, you know what I mean? So then when you get these other perspectives, it's like these other characters who are seeing it from like a more quote normal perspective, it's also like, I don't know, it's so good. And then the final ending where she blooms is like, you know, is very, very beautiful love story. And it's like he knows somewhere along the line that she's not human, right? And he doesn't care because he loves Saya. And I do think like you know how it clearly states that her species travel to different universes and they find an intelligent life form and then they overtake it. And how she was stunted because she as she educated herself about humans, she like takes on parts of humanity. And she read a lot of romance novels, so that made her believe that like romance was in part needed to fulfill her duty. And then, you know, she obviously did find um, she did fulfill her duty in the end. But it was like ride or die. Like Fuminori was like the true ride or die. No one else can be more ride or die than Fuminori. Like he really, really was ride or die. I just love how we can like slowly see them like developing. Like he is a lot more. There is a point of no return with like saving him, right? Like if you think of like beginning of the story Fuminori, if you just magically gave him back his normal life, he would have been able to return to like being normal Fuminori, you know, obviously shaken up from what happened to him, but like he would have been able to go back to like a normal life. But then throughout the story, like the steps he takes along the way as he like heads down Saya's path instead of like humanity's path. Men be unconditionally in love with extra dimensional beings for real, for real. It's true. It's true. I don't know, I could talk so much about Saya. There's just so many like depth, there's so much depth to it, right? And I know the H scenes are taken out of the Steam version. I will say I have played with the H scenes on. I'm only playing with the H scenes off because it's Twitch. I can't just, you know, be blasting that on Twitch. I think for the most part you can still conceptualize what happened and you can still understand the story without the H scenes. Although I think obviously to get the full experience, it is an eroge, so like to have the full experience you should patch it if you're ever gonna play it yourself. But yeah, it's still an enjoyable experience if you're not interested in the H scenes. Yeah, I think there's a reason why it's still so popular today. It is a fantastic romance. Although there is no happy ending, there is no happy ending. It is very well written. It is very well like the descent into it is very well done as well. If I was in that situation, I would probably be willing to condemn humanity. I feel like most of us would, right? Like, I feel like most of us would. I mean, like the love between them was just so intense, and like, not only was he denying humanity to be with her, she was also denying her natural instinct. She could have just immediately like, okay, we're in love, you know, and then converted him, but she didn't because she loved him too. I know in the end she believed like she was essentially doing what she was like, nature's calling, I gotta do my job, you know. Was designed to have the H, but the story is well down enough that they aren't required. I agree, it holds up. It holds itself up without having the H scenes. But yeah, I don't know. It's just it's very, very good. I love Saya no Uta. I love the blooming scene. The blooming scene is very like, damn. Yeah, like, and you know, like as soon as it happens, it's like it all clicks. Like, oh damn, humanity's out. Hey, humanity is out. Imagine just being like, you know, you're just going about your normal life, and then, we all start turning into these grotesque monsters. I guess it would become like your new reality, right? And so once everyone is like that, it's like, okay, well, we're all like this now. I'm not sure what we eat once we. I mean, obviously we eat meat, but like, do we just feast on the animals that are left in the world? I'm not sure. One thing that really that is a future problem. Yeah, true. I bet it wouldn't be worse in the real world today. Yeah, what if we eat each other? What if we just start like feasting on each other? I think that might be worse in the world today. I think that might be worse. Sorry. um, there was another point I wanted to bring up. Oh yeah, Fuminori is also like an utterly horrible person. Like once he starts like going down that path, it's like how do I word it? Like I'm not taking this from the angle of, oh, she's a lolly, she's young. I don't mean it like that. I mean she's a she is very naive to the world, right? She is very intelligent, but she's still very naive. And Fuminori like brings that up in like different parts that he is like aware of it, right? Like he's aware that she's still not not fully mature, I'll say. He brings it up and he's very aware of it, and he like doesn't seem to. It's not that he doesn't care. Like he cares about Saya, right? But there's like the situation where she's assaulted, right? And he's like, this is disgusting and this is horrible, and like how could this happen? Like how could someone do this to Saya? And then the next day he's like, I'm gonna do it to my friend. You know what I mean? Like he can be like a horrible person. Like, and then he also is like, oh, Saya was just assaulted and like it was very like a very traumatic experience for her. Wait at home, Saya, I'm going out. You know what I mean? Like he's very like, he's not a good person. She was left alone and she got hurt, and then he's immediately willing to leave her alone again. I don't think that's like bad writing either. I think that's intentional. I don't think he's a good person. And unfortunately for Saya, she doesn't have any experience with other she doesn't have experience with anyone else, right? Like she doesn't know that this isn't fair, because he tells her that he loves her, and that's what I mean about her being naive. Like her experience with love is reading romance through like books and stories, which is obviously not real life, but you know, she tries to replicate the romance that she's read through her fictional stories, essentially. And yeah, it's like, I know you got hurt, but I need to go to this place, so bye. And she does accept it because he tells her that she loves him, and you know, I mean, to be fair, her brain is already broken, but he was also okay with like going through with it. He wasn't okay with smashing her with a hammer, remember? But he was okay with doing to her what he didn't like being done to Saya. Like he yeah. Boo. Boo. Is that a ghost? But yeah, he was like not I also don't think like at his core he's a bad person, because I think prior to his shift in perspective, right? Like he was just a normal guy. So it's like he is going mad through this this world that's been like sprung upon him. So it's not like, oh, at his core he's like this disgusting, horrible person. You know, it's just like everything piled upon everything. It's shitty that he's got this condition, you know? It's shitty that that's what Sayo is left with. It's shitty that there are people suffering because the two of them, as a consequence of the two of them. It's shitty that they don't get a place to just love each other. You know, like everything is shitty. Everything sucks. That kind of sums it up. Everything is shit and everything sucks. Nothing is able to be happy. No one gets to be happy. Not even in the true ending, because Fuminori has to say goodbye to Saya. I know she was willing to make that sacrifice. She was willing to make that sacrifice so they would have a world that was for them. But she's not in it anymore. She is also following instinct. You know what I mean? Like she's following her instincts. I wonder too, does Fuminori become her species? Do you think he becomes an Eldritch Horror as well? I'm guessing he does because he's only human. But at least he gets to see the world beautifully now. At least he gets to see the world as a beautiful heaven, you know? Like he's living it up. Everyone else is like, damn, the world is like becoming disgusting and stuff, and he's like, damn, this is beautiful. Thank you, Saya. Thank you for bringing the greenery back to my life. Yeah. Yeah, he would've, yes, because he's only human. Only human. I love, too, when we start to see that, like, more sinister side to Saya, though. Like, she didn't have to do what she did to Yo, you know? But she did it because she was very human in that sense. She was very human in that sense, where this other woman was a threat to her and her relationship, you know? Like, in reality, she wasn't, but that's how Saya perceived it. Like, this is another woman who is interested in my Fuminori, and she's not allowed him, you know? So, she didn't just kill her, she tortured her. And then she took joy in her suffering, and she took joy in having Fuminori join in on the suffering. And it's like, yeah, there was the lack of care that she was sharing y'all, like in a sexual way with Fuminori, but I think because it was coming at a cost of her being treated so cruelly, Saya was okay with it. You know? Such pretty flowers, everyone else vomits and is like, yeah, the whole world was turning into, like, this disgusting landscape, and Fuminori would have been, like, bathing in it. Saya mutilated everyone and transformed the ecosystem. Yeah, that's true. They infiltrate and then they convert the ecosystem. Hi, Kaze. But yeah, very good. If I had to rate it, it's a solid 10 out of 10. Writer of Saya got so depressed working on the novel, he moved away from writing for quite a long time. I can understand that. It is a very heavy visual novel. It's a very heavy story. I think a lot of us already know the story, so it's like easier to digest when you know what's coming. You know what I mean? But when you don't know what's coming and it's like the first time you're experiencing it, it's a very, very heavy read, I think. Cause you have hope, you know, like through the story you have hope. And it's like it you know, you have these little inklings of hope, and then slowly bit by bit it's crushed. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's what makes Berserk so good as well, right? Like Berserk loves to like dangle hope in front of you like a cat with a mouse. And then you like swipe that mouse to grab it, and it turns out the mouse never existed at all. I think it was like 2 to 3 years before he managed to get back to writing, and he started writing on Madoka Magica. I didn't know it came so soon after. Well, I didn't know it came so soon after. But yeah, he's very talented at what he does. Gen Urobochi. Very, very talented writer. Berserk has perfected it? Yeah, Berserk is good. He's worked on other stuff as well. It's not just Madoka and Saya. Plus he's not the only writer for Madoka. There's like obviously with all the spin-off series and stuff like that. There are like co-writers and everything. Yeah. But anyway, I hope we had yes, he did work on Fate. He worked on Fate Zero. Which also, yeah. If you know anything about Zero, it's telling. Man, when I was watching the Fate series, I watched Fate Night first, like most people, right? I watched Fate Night first. And then I think I watched like most of the stuff to do with Fate Night. And then I went and watched Zero, and upon starting Zero, you were just hit with this like depressing feeling because you already know the ending. You already know what's gonna happen, and you get so attached to these really likable characters and like their hopes and their aspirations, and you want them to succeed, and you just know that they don't. You know that they don't, and that some of them are going to die, all of them are going to fail, and the one true king is going to prevail. I may be slightly mentally ill. I enjoy reading about mentally ill and depressing characters. I've always loved sad. There you go. I've always enjoyed sad stories because I feel like if I'm watching, I feel like being able to invoke an actual sadness out of experience a story means the story was good, or like the writing was good. I feel like invoking anger while reading is very hard. And usually I'm only gonna get mad if it was so poorly written that I'm like, why am I wasting my time with this? You know what I mean? Feeling happy for other characters, I think, comes in the little moments, and it doesn't need a huge conclusion. It's very hard to like empathize with the ultimate happy ending. But you can feel happy for them in the little moments that happen through shows. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, what is something... I have to, like, look at what I've watched recently to use an example. People love tragedy in general. That's definitely not true. I know a lot of people that don't want to watch tragedy, or they want, like, if it is tragedy, they want a happy ending. I don't want the happy ending. Okay, let's just say Utawareru Mono. There's like little scenes throughout the series, like getting a new piece of clothing and getting a new item that they can use, or having some delicious food, or you know what I mean, like those little tiny moments that you can feel happy in them. I like those more than like the big conclusion with, oh, they live happily ever after. But I think media where there's like there was never any hope, there was never any salvation. I guess Uzumaki is like the best example I can think of that. Like, up until a very early point in the story of Uzumaki, there possibly could have been an escape, but no one could have known that there was that possibility of escape because no one knew that there was danger. And then by the time that anyone realized that there was danger, there was no hope. There was no hope. There was never any escape. You were doomed from the moment that, prior to the moment of realizing that anything was wrong. The door shuts very early, yeah. And it's so depressing that the main characters realize it too. Like, as they're climbing down the spiral to, gaze upon this god, this spiral god, and they fully admit that, like, all of this was going to happen no matter what. Like, there was no way that they were ever going to escape this, you know, because it's being conducted by a being so much more than them, and, you know, that being chose this, and that was that. But yeah, Saya, there are endings that don't, come with the extinction of humanity. There are endings like that, but I don't really think those are the true endings of the story. I do wonder if Saya decided to continue to search for Ogai, what would happen? Because it clearly stated that she'd essentially, like, castrated herself. Like, she hadn't actually castrated herself. She was what do you call it? She was basically going to be live a life of chastity, so to speak, if she couldn't find love. And without Fuminori, she wouldn't find love. Magical Girl Side is another story? Yeah, Magical Girl Side is quite good though. I do like Magical Girl Side. I don't think I ever finished that. I watched it. I never... Is it a manga or is it a visual novel? I mean, not visual novel, light novel. I think it's a light novel, right? I think it's a light novel. Chastity is boring though. Saya was very... She was only happy to do those things because Fuminori loved her. And she wasn't like a degenerate in the human sense of like, I enjoy being kinky because it's fun. She was very much engaging in sexual acts with the end goal of procreation. Because you gotta remember, like, she isn't human. And her ultimate purpose in life is to procreate. Yeah, I know, like, the scenes where she's doing some stuff, but, like, her end goal is to, have Fuminori finish. You know, and she absolutely makes sure that she receives that, remember? And she, that is like a driving factor to her. Where she's basically taking his DNA. Like, to her, she enjoys it, but the ultimate purpose is to receive his DNA. You read about it in the book? Oh, the American spin-off? There is like a American comic book spin-off of No Uta. I enjoyed it for what it was. So literally like human. I think that's a little bit of copium. I don't think I don't think human is quite the same. But I think that's what makes Saya so good, that she's not human. It's like all of these good things about her are like veiled under the fact that she is what she is, right? Yeah, there's an American it's like a comic. I enjoyed it for what it was. It's different though. It's, you gotta read it and not think of this Saya no Uta. It's like its own thing. Oh, she read the romance books. I'm sure she did read about like sexual stuff in why did the words get censored? That's a bot. So people can't come into chat and drop the N-word and stuff like that. But it also filters out things that you know, most chats wouldn't enjoy. And we're on, it's on topic right now, so it's fine, right? But if someone just came into chat for the first time and started saying like, I don't know, weird stuff, it would be like, thank you, bot. Hopefully she didn't read Morning Glory Milking Farm. I'm not surprised that it exists, it's just, why is it a ball? I'm gonna drop the one right now. Anyway, that was Saya no Uta. I hope we all had fun reading along together. I hope we enjoyed ourselves. It was really nice to reread it again. It was a nice reread, and it was nice to do it together. And it was nice for revisiting it, you know. I do need to check when the, oh no, it's still in production. I was gonna say when the Saya what is it called, Nendoroid goes up for pre-order, because I will be nabbing that. Thank you for reading it. Thank you for sticking around while I was reading it. I'm not the best reader out loud, so I appreciate you guys for being patient and nice about all my mistakes. Thank you for being encouraging and helping out when I had difficulties with some of the words. Thank you, everyone. I don't know. I'm gonna go. I'm reading Muzakashi. Oh my gosh, yeah, reading out loud is harder than you think. It like, sometimes my tongue would just be like, okay, I'm done. Time to get tongue-tied. Time to get tongue-tied. So much tea. Yeah, you gotta race with your brain. And then when I'm reading too, like, my eyes will read in front of my mouth. So, like, I'm on to the next word. You know what I mean? Like, my eyes are reading faster than my mouth can keep up with it. So then I would have to, like, Reset. I'm so bad at it. Even type is similar but different word at times. Oh, sometimes if I'm typing and like I read a word while I'm typing, or I'm speaking and I say a word, I'll just like randomly type that word instead of like what I was supposed to type. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go give my voice a rest because I have spoken a lot today. I have spoken a lot today. I'm not used to this much yapping. Because we had community repo earlier, and now lots of speaking from second stream. Tomorrow I might not stream because we're gonna do horror movies in the Discord server for Halloween. So I think we can do. Hi, guy. You gotta up your yapping proficiency. I like to yap. I like to yap. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Okay. So tomorrow, we will be watching horror movies in the Discord, and we're gonna have a pizza party. So we're gonna eat pizza together, and we're gonna watch horror movies. Do we have a set time? Maybe if I sleep like nowish, I'm probably gonna get up late-ish. It'll be, I don't know. No set time right now. No set time right now. I will get up and do like a little bit of cleaning. Not too much. I just wanna do a little bit of cleaning. Also, for watch-alongs, it's usually muted. So if you're not someone who likes to put your microphone on, you don't have to worry. It's gonna be muted. Like, we're all gonna be muted. It's just a typing session while we watch movies. Okay, everyone. There we go. Good night. Good night. I will go slug in bed. And, yeah. Be cozy. Thank you for hanging out so long. Atsuki, thank you for today, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye. Annyeong.